Hi, everybody. Well, I'm going to talk about the White House Correspondence shooting at the Washington Hilton. I mean, it never stops. Once again, the second I heard about it, you can see I posted, passed by the Hilton. Actually, I didn't. I just went to the level where he was running through right before you go down to the escalators, and the downstairs is the entrance to the ballroom. I'm gonna have to go back. It's been since the 1980s I had been to that ballroom. Also, I usually would go in the front entrance. This time, that was another thing. I went in the back. There's the fitness center, and you can get in. I just looked. That closes at 10. But you can definitely, there's definitely many ways to get into that place, as we'll see. So what I'm going to start out with, why I started with why I have the French embassy before me, because this is one of the things that I really want, to point out here is that the parties. This is just one night. The parties in Washington, it's incessant. I mean, my God, that's got to contribute at least 10% to the public debt. I mean, it just that the town is out of control. Trump is not the problem. Trump is just a symptom. And I've been trying to get the journalist to expose all of the corruption in this city since I've been back for 18 years. And I've been in the game longer than most of these journalists have had a career. With Candace Owens, I'm pissed off because I contacted her years ago. My Lord, I came back to DC in 2009. She was still, she was still in high school. That's when she's probably having her first court case. And she becomes just as litigious as everybody else. So anyway, she posted her stuff today. Yeah, that gets into the racial issues and women marrying wealthy men. So anyway, that's for another day. But let's listen to Tara Palmieri. Oh, first, let's see why she came to DC in the first place, because it wasn't to go to, she wasn't going to go to the correspondence dinner, because hold on.
Virginia Giuffre. Hey guys, I just arrived at Virginia Giuffre's memorial. That's where I'm spending my day instead of the White House Correspondence Dinner. I'm here with people who have been forgotten.
Okay.
Guys, I just arrived at Virginia Giuffre's memorial. That's where I'm spending my day instead of the White House Correspondence Dinner. I'm here with people who have been forgotten and ignored, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. They haven't been invited to the White House yet. They haven't been acknowledged by the president. And I'm here for my friend Virginia, who I remembered last year when she died. When I got the news, my heart sunk. I was so sad. People who are grieving right now, the death of a really wonderful woman, a beautiful life who spoke out, the truth about a mass amount of abuse. That's an update from the scene, and yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I'll keep you updated throughout the weekend.
Okay, so if anybody You can read, I've been reading Virginia Giuffre's memoirs. I keep on pointing out that Virginia Giuffre, she was um, she was groomed to be a prostitute and have no respect for herself. As a child, she was sexually molested from the time she was 9 to 11. Typical story, she had behavioral problems. Well, instead of finding out what the behavioral problems is, no, she ends up with CPS, Child Protection Services, runaway, uh, a street prostitute at 14. And that's most of the violence that she describes, and the stuff that she describes later on with Epstein is the stuff that she suffered with this, first pimp. His name was Ron Eppinger. Um, so that was raided by the FBI. She was liberated. Her mom didn't want her to come home. Finally, she did go back home, and her father was working at Mar-a-Lago, and that's when she started working at Mar-a-Lago. She was, let's see, I think she started when she was 15 because I believe we had her 16th birthday party when she just started with Epstein. So yeah, definitely underage. Um, but the issue that I kind of also point out, and this is going on again today, because we still have sugar babies all over the place, and pornography, child porn on the internet is a huge problem. But the the young girls at her high school were like, "Oh, Virginia, can you hook us up with him so we can go and give him massages and go shopping as well?" Um, and then also, these parents were not saying anything. Virginia Giuffre's father drove her up to Jeffrey Epstein's house the first time, met him and everything. I mean, never. I mean, my 15-year-old daughter says, "Yeah, I'm going to go and give massages at this guy's house." I'm like, "No, you're not." Now, see, the thing is, she was completely out of control by that time. It's explained in that. So I won't go into that. But how all of these journalists have made a fortune off of the Me Too movement, which has just added to the degradation of rights of litigants within the courts and the rights of citizens. And then everybody pulls out their flags and say how patriotic they are while trying to get the biggest scoop and advance their careers. It's just, and the podcasters, as we'll see, that I've been looking at with the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. Now there are some things that have been touched on, which is the cult, the satanic cult issues, but really they haven't been. I've been looking into that stuff. There's a lot of stuff to go through. Um, just in you're gonna have to do some historical stuff to find the networks, and where and how this is happening, and that's where I am now. But anyway, um, I mean that's a whole can of worms. The child trafficking, and I've been telling everybody about that for 20 years. Now we got this cannibalism shit and the satanic stuff. Yeah, so anyway, I mean, it does and this Candace Owens has done in her research as well, there are some links with the feminist movement and, witchcraft that gets into all of that stuff. But like what Candace hasn't looked at, and I haven't even begun to look at, you have the voodoo also, which is in there. So it's not just within the Western traditions, but that does come, like, because from Louisiana, New Orleans, the Caribbean, you have a lot of the voodoo stuff, and that comes from the African traditions. So as I say, there's a lot of things to look into, origins and what's going on. So, but let's take a look. Why? I mean, Tara Palmieri came all the way, I'm not sure exactly where she lives, but she came all the way to DC. I don't think it was just to go to the Virginia Giuffre Memorial, because it wasn't to go to the, hold on, the White House, the White House dinner. The White House Correspondence Dinner. Okay.
For my job, I go to fancy parties in Washington, D.C. See that? That is the beautiful French ambassador's residence behind me. That's where they have the Vanity Fair party after the White House Correspondence Weekend. And, I go there to meet with sources, see the powerful people in Washington, and do my job as a journalist, network, try to get information.
Yeah, see, that's a more important party to go to than the Correspondence Dinner. Oh, God, I really wouldn't want to sit through that thing. Oh, my God, with all of those people.
And, sometimes it leads to bookings, sometimes it leads to big stories. But I just wanted to give you a day in the life.
See, that's one of the problems. The Washington journalist and the Journalist Society, it is this echelon of part of ruling elite. They're working in collusion with the lawyers and the politicians. Everybody plays nice kiss, 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 kiss. Every once in a while we explode with this story and stuff. But the real shit, for example, all of this screaming about the Epstein files. I'm like, are you people killing me? I've been giving you this stuff, dirt on all of these people for 20 years. Shut up. And all I get is shut up, and get fired and intimidated and marginalized for it. It's all a facade.
What it's like. This is the Amethyst Ball, and it's actually really beautiful. It's a great event. Check back in later. So yeah, probably would be better off being at the LA riots, but don't exactly have the travel budget just yet. So here I am in Washington.
She can come to Washington. She can't go to the LA riots because she doesn't have a budget.
With some of the most powerful people in the administration. This was different than the White House Correspondence Dinner in the sense that there's actually some Republicans at this party and some people that represented the Trump administration, like Dr. Oz, who was here. Kellyanne Conway is obviously a very close ally. Senator Marsha Blackburn was here. Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania. His wife, Dina Powell, worked for President Trump, the first administration. There are others like Paolo Zampoli. He's an ambassador now in the Trump administration. He introduced President Trump to his wife, Melania. Chris Murphy, who's a star in the Democratic Party. His party was thrown by Senator Cory Gardner, and it was also thrown by Steve Clemons and Heather Podesta. Thank you for inviting me. It felt like a more powerful room in a lot of ways than...
Oh, Podesta invited her. That's interesting.
The after party for the White House Correspondence Dinner, because it actually had people from the administration. Yep, this is a night in Washington, and now I am on my way back to New York for a conference for YouTube creators. It'll be fun. You'll see some of the biggest stars in YouTube there.
I mean, now I can.
Tucker Carlson put out a video last night saying that he might be.
Yeah, so anyway. Okay, so now we're going to listen. They were 2 hours, so we'll fast forward on.
There's clearly an issue that was happening. Then we started getting reports. I spoke to Steve Lance, who was a journalist who was in the dinner, and he said there were loud sounds reported. There were glasses shattering. Everyone got under the table that was sitting in the dinner. We're also getting reports that the programming may resume because the shooter was confirmed dead.
There was an announcement inside of the room, according to CNN, that they're going to resume the programming, just so you know. So keep telling us more. You have a great video. I want to present it on the screen if possible. Abby has been doing interviews this whole time. She's a superstar. So tell us more about what it's like inside there right now, Abby.
I mean, just getting into the hotel, the people that I've been speaking to are all in agreement that there was not enough security. To get into the actual dinner, there were, you had to get your bags checked and everything, but to get into the actual Hilton hotel, just to attend various parties.
Everybody's talked about the security.
Walking towards, I was walking, we saw the Secret Service run down the escalators, which is the lobby that the shooter was found in. Currently, there's an ambulance outside. We're going to go outside right now.
Okay. Do you think you'll be able to get back in, Abby?
Yeah, we're going to stay
on the scene. Okay. Yeah.
There's an ambulance out there. There's multiple Secret Service cars.
Somebody fell, apparently. There was like a loud noise, but I think it could have just been that all these people had fallen down. So from the inside, from what I was watching on TV, when the people heard this noise, all of these plates dropped.
It was mass cuts from what we heard. Yeah, it was. I mean, because at the moment people don't know what's happening. But glasses crashing. We were watching the CNN stream, and there was like the cameras were being cut. I don't know if that's because of the service in the entire hotel. There's like dozens and dozens.
Okay. Glasses crashing, plates falling and things, that might have been because there wouldn't be any unless he like ran through some cart filled with all sorts of glasses and plates. You're not going to have glasses and maybe one waiter would have drop something, but see, that sounds like a stage thing to me, to distract. If you'll listen to all of these things, you're going to want always, and these false flags, they're calling them distractions, noises, distractions.
Of cop cars outside, Secret Service, ambulances. A lot of people probably aren't even able to leave. Getting into the actual event was hard enough just because they have so many streets closed off.
Right.
Everyone is just kind of standing and waiting.
That's the thing. And this is not unusual because I passed by the Hilton when there's, some big thing going on at the ballroom. I go past there at the back of it all the time, every day, back and forth. So I remember, this was several blocks before you even got up to the Washington Hilton. So it was like, oh yeah, there's something going on there. And by the time I get up there, I realize it's this White House Correspondence Dinner. And I'm like, oh shit. And I told one of the cops right at the bottom there, I think that's Florida Avenue that crosses. But I told him, I said, you all should go inside there and arrest all of the journalists and all of the politicians that are in there and take them all directly to jail. They all should be arrested. And he just looked at me. He was this big, huge black man. Sometimes when I say that to the police officers and the National Guard kids, I get three reactions. Either they kind of like, you can tell they agree with me, but they're not going to say so. They disagree with me and they don't like me pointing it out. Or they're like, I don't want to go there. Like, what's her beef? You get a lot of people in Washington pissed off. Oh, you should do a really interesting tourist for all of these alternative tourism podcasters going down to hoods and stuff. Come to Washington and talk to all of the homeless people instead of all of these goddamn journalists.
To hear what's happening next. I mean, if the event resumes, I doubt many people will stay and watch just because of security risks.
Yeah. I mean, the entire cabinet, they rushed the entire cabinet out, although the Secretary of Education was with Caitlin Collins, which is very strange that she said, I guess she's not considered at the level of RFK Jr., weirdly, who was rushed out, or Stephen Miller or others. But yeah, she stayed on the scene, and her security spoke to, I believe.
So there's even a pecking order, and who gets evacuated and who's left as cannon fodder if there's any more shooters. See, oh God, these shootings, all this shit has become so normalized in Washington, we even get in protocol on who gets offered up and who we save. My Lord.
She stayed. I think that was her in the video with Caitlin. But yeah, no, this is
it's a frightening moment, especially when you should be in one of the safest rooms in Washington. On this night, the president is here. All of his cabinet is here. So many journalists are here. I think security, after this, will have to be looked at really significantly. I'm not even.
Lord. Oh, journalists are going to have a field day. They're going to waste all sorts of resources in opining on how to beef up security and how to better security, instead of let's deal with the issues that are pissing everybody off.
Been sure how or where we are supposed to leave after this. Yeah, I mean, it's secure. The security risk in the way that this event was run is going to be a big question. Once we get more information, I can't.
From what I saw, it looked like I saw Secret Service or plainclothes.
And event will go on after this.
Okay, we got it.
Fox is reporting. Okay, Fox is reporting that Trump programming is going to resume. How did you hear about everything unfolding tonight?
I actually watched it unfold. Sadly, I was sitting there at my table, and next thing you know, you start hearing glasses smashing and tables crashing. And from what I saw, it looked like I saw Secret Service or a plainclothes officer pull his gun and fire out the door.
Yeah, see, as I say, you heard glasses smashing and tables being turned over. The guy was running the film that I saw, the footage, he's running upstairs before he goes down the escalator. Now, apparently, what I'm understanding is he was shot down after he got to the escalator. I'm having problems with my lock on my storage thing, so I've got to get my camera and I'm going to go there and and I can do it better than my laptop. So downstairs, but then even never would have gotten into the ballroom. So why are they turning over tables and crashing glasses and plates, if not to, as I say again, a distraction, a commotion, because the commotion would have been outside, not within the ballroom. And this is a huge ballroom. I mean, this is 2,000 people can fit in there. It is an extremely large ballroom. So you're not, commotion that's starting upstairs, coming down the stairs. Even if there was a shot fired outside, you would have heard the shot fired outside, some commotion going on outside, but not, what are the tables? What's that about the tables being turned over?
I heard a couple of faint gunshots. My assumption is that the shots were taking place right outside.
Before the gunshots, the tables are turned over. Distraction. There was somebody who, bum, 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 and gets everybody's attention and then you hear the shots.
Outside of the door, the doors were open, so there was a direct line of sight to the stage where the president was sitting. That's what it appeared. You know, it's still sort of the fog of war, if you will, right now. But it did appear that the shots took place.
The doors are open, and there's okay. The map. So he's going to be coming down the Columbia is where I came through here. Boom, boom, boom. This is here. So it would be, oh, those are stairs behind it. So here are the escalators here. Then you have the foyer. I'll go there. But then, see, coming through here, even if the doors are open, the podium apparently is over here. So I don't understand.
Downstairs where the president was speaking on that same level.
What were the attendees' reactions to all of this?
It was one of the most chaotic scenes that I've ever witnessed. Everybody was in shock. Nobody could even imagine what took place, and then everybody jumped under the tables and, sought cover, as you would when there is a gunman.
Do you think Trump will continue with the programming and give a speech or a reaction?
That's a good question. If he feels as though the facility is secure and has been...
Yeah, in Washington these days. It reminds me like in the 1950s when they're telling everybody, nuclear, prepare the kids for the nuclear attack and get underneath your desk at school. In Washington, if you go to a gala dinner and you hear some shots, you dive under the tables. As I say, they're developing protocol. It's so often.
The threat has been eliminated, which that's what we're hearing, that the gunman is dead. Then I think that the president, knowing his reaction when he was actually shot through the ear, standing up despite Secret Service, trying to keep him down, that he will make a statement to show that he's not going to back down and that he's not afraid.
Yeah, that does seem to be a Trump quality where he, does not want to seem defeated. When
he also just put up a Truth Social post, which I don't know if Dan can throw up, but he's basically saying that the show must go on. That is up to law enforcement, but that the Secret Service apprehended the shooter, did the best they could. I also just heard and saw that Todd Blanche walked back into the building. He's acting attorney general. So it's possible that the night is going to resume. There's still a very heavy law enforcement presence, although no one is telling everyone standing here to leave the building. So I guess we'll see in the coming 10, 15 minutes if the event does continue. I think the current threat has been apprehended. So I guess will be up to local law enforcement, Secret Service.
So
whether or not
I'm seeing the New York Times, Sean McCreesh reported that the White House press pool at 9:15 was taken back into the ballroom. There were hundreds of people still in there, but it emptied out quite a bit. Still no sign of the president. But yeah, he said on social media, I'll read exactly what he said. Quite an evening in D.C. Secret Service and law enforcement did a fantastic job. They acted quickly and brilliantly. The shooter has been apprehended, and I have recommended that we let the show go on, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned. We'll just plain have to do it again. This is shocking to me. A person was killed, and there was an attempt on another person's life, and he thinks that this should keep going. I'm really shocked by that decision. I wonder, what's going on here. This is to me.
That's like, this is a crime scene, as she's going to point out.
That's shocking. Like,
it's also shocking that
they're not going back in. I mean, it's hard because it's a lot of journalists in there who obviously are not going to, be seen fleeing what some would say is a very dangerous zone. There's nothing to say there aren't copycats or that he wasn't working alone.
Right. I mean, at this point, all we know is that the one, I guess, lone gunman, I'm not sure if we can fully say that at this point, but he was, apprehended. I want to stress that this is the most secure building right now in Washington. The president of the United States is in the building. So are all of his cabinet secretaries. So the fact that something like this was able to happen is astounding. And I do think if law enforcement is, feels confident that the threat has been secured, then I guess the event will continue to go on. Right now, it seems, there was a mass chaos immediately as it happened because people start running. There were, various news associates, people from Fox were running down the hall. Everyone just wanted to get out initially, of people that I were seeing. Now it's a more calm vibe. I think just knowing that the shooter was apprehended and that the initial threat is gone has eased a lot of people's temperatures. But there's still an ambulance outside, many police, and
I mean, just think for a moment. You're at a dinner or something, and there's a shooting. Potentially, somebody's been killed, and everybody just goes back as if nothing had happened. 20 years ago, people were cold. People, it was crazy. 40 years ago, still they were crazy. I was here, that's why I left. But not this crazy.
And I think people are just kind of waiting. I mean, if you're trying to leave the event right now, it's probably impossible just due to the amount of police and the police presence. We'll keep everyone posted, talking to people. I just think, this this will be a massive upset, and it will be very interesting to figure out, an investigation after the fact of how something like this is able to happen. Caitlin Collins just tweeted and said the programming will continue.
This is going to be very weird. I wonder, I mean, this must have been a unilateral decision by Trump to continue the programming, because I would think this is a crime scene. Like in any crime scene, you close off the entire area. You try to get down to we don't even know the person that tried to kill him. We don't know anything.
Doesn't that remind everybody of the Charlie Kirk assassination crime scene? I mean, this is like, our law enforcement people, it's like, you people, I don't know much about criminal investigations. Most what I've learned is from TV series. You might want to take a look at them. Because they do a hell of a lot better job of figuring these things out than you all do. My God.
More about him.
We don't know anything.
He worked alone. I mean, he's literally risking the lives of all of the people inside by continuing this.
Like to make sure this.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, people. There's something happening.
I think I don't know if Valhalla said this or not. I forget who it was. But if you have a shooter, a crime scene where you just had a shooter, you don't know if they're acting alone. I mean, it's just, I say, it's become so normalized and blasé.
People walking toward. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
So everyone is crowding around.
Yeah, so she spent some time outside.
The look of horror on everyone's face.
I know it's raining. I mean, this wasn't a mass shooting, but an event like this. Okay, I'm gonna go. I think his cabinet officials are leaving. We have police walking up and down one corridor, and then we have Escalades waiting to pick people up, waiting. So they're essentially walking up a flight of stairs and immediately leaving the Hilton. We have.
I mean, from what I'm watching from inside of CNN, it looks like there are just people like milling about. Are they trapped inside? Like, why can't they leave? There's not a rush of people leaving?
No, there's not a rush of people leaving. I don't think anyone is able to get an Uber. I doubt people will start walking away. I think everyone innately, because everyone here is a journalist, they want to stay and cover the biggest story of the night.
Right.
The people I see leaving are, very.
All the journalists, they want to cover the biggest story of the night. We got shootings going on because the journalists aren't doing their jobs. Oh, one of the people that I really want to see in court, one of the journalists, Katie Couric. I was looking through some emails and looking for an email, and it popped up. Oh, this goes back many years. And Mildred Muhammad. the DC sniper. And there was stuff, we'll have to go back and look about that. Yeah, Katie Couric, she didn't want to cut, they didn't cover that, they didn't put it in, they cut it. So when the Boston Globe came out with this was 2002, I think it was, about how the Catholic Church was covering up the sexual molestation of children by priests. All the people in the family courts had hope that we would get the journalists to expose the exact same problems in family courts, child protection services, adoption. It's all related, and it gets into the trafficking of children and young women and boys, young men, because that's something that's not being, that's even more taboo than the young girls or young women. I mean, this is where I keep on. We got, don't mix apples and oranges, because when we're talking about pedophile, this is prepubescent children, post-pubescent children. These people are becoming sexually active, and it doesn't mean that it's right. It just is another set of issues and problems. And you have to, you have to properly define things. If you can't get bogged down into definitions, which is what everybody's doing. But at the same time, if you don't define a problem, you can't produce a solution for it. Not at least effective one.
Various dinner guest attendees. And yeah, there's multiple Escalades out front, presumably to pick people up. I'm standing in the corridor right now. There's a ton of people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Waiting, and then behind me is an ambulance, and obviously a very heavy police presence.
These SUVs all over the frickin' place. There's always these motorcades going up and down Connecticut Avenue.
Apparently, I don't see how they continue with this. This just seems absurd to me. Sean McCreesh said Pete Hegseth, looking stricken, was cutting a path through the mobbed hallways of the Hilton just now, descending deeper into the bowels of the hotel, even as the White House press pool was being pulled out into the president's motorcade as he got ready to depart. So I guess Pete Hegseth is going back in. Mark Wayne Mullen, apparently, according to Tyler Pager at the New York Times, said the president was okay. A Secret Service spokesperson said that one person was in custody and that the condition of those involved is not yet known. Okay. CNN reported that the shooter was dead. This Secret Service is saying not yet known. So yeah, Trump is leaving the Washington Hilton, Sean McCreesh said 8 minutes ago. So are they doing the show without President Trump?
You just said Trump is leaving the Hilton.
That is what Sean McCreesh just put out 8 minutes ago. He's a New York Times reporter. Will President Trump actually? This is crazy. There's a heavy police presence. Okay.
Yeah, Trump. He just wanted to get this.
So, did you have to go through a magna?
He just wanted to say, "CCC. This is why we need the ballroom." That's what the
magnameter.
No. So the way I got in was I showed a picture of an invitation I received. It was an ABC News. So what are the security measures that are being taken?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, still, it's just massive amounts of people just waiting around. I really think it would be difficult to actually leave right now. I mean, even getting into the hotel, there were multiple streets blocked off, and that's common even when the president isn't attending. But of course, because he was here, there was even more, there was even more police presence. Yeah, and there were also protesters. There are protesters every year. Okay, I'm getting
always protesters. Yeah. Did it feel like there was a heavy amount of protesters? I mean, there always are protesters. Have you ever been to a dinner before?
No, this is my first dinner. So,
welcome to journalism.
I know.
Yeah. See, even Tara Palmieri recognizes it's a three-ring circus, and it's not, professionalism. The women were supposed to, entering positions of power in commerce and politics, they were supposed to bring a positive contribution, but they haven't. They've just added more chefs, spoiling the soup, and little girls wiggling their tits and their asses, all the men in there. So even the men, they weren't doing a very good job before, and now they got all of these, instead of a bunch of stoots. So nobody's looking at anybody, and they're trying to pay attention to do their job, supposedly. And now you got all these little girls in there distracting them. So it's made problems even worse, because the little girls who are coming in, they're just gold diggers. I mean, Carol Joint, we start with Carol Joint, Barbara Walters, and everybody's followed the lead. I'll take a deep dive into those ladies one day.
Yeah, this is my first dinner. There were protesters. It was also raining, so no one was really paying attention. Everyone was just kind of rushing towards to find cover from the rain. Yeah. But yeah, there were protesters, and obviously when the war in Gaza broke out, I heard there were massive protests.
There's always been protesters at this event. It doesn't even matter who the president is. There's always going to be protesters at the White House.
Well, the protesters that I were hearing were, yelling at the journalists who were entering. It wasn't as politically motivated. But yeah, there are always protesters. I'm also seeing a group of FBI enforcement here who are just standing around. Again, no one is telling us to leave. No one is telling people in here that we have to leave or flee the scene. Again, I'm just showing there's a group of FBI. I can't.
Hold on 1 second.
Think about it. You've got protesters at a dinner party for journalists. What are they protesting? That the journalists aren't doing their jobs? We get it. They protest on Capitol Hill. Yeah, we know. We all understand Congress. White House. Yeah, I get that. But they're protesting the journalist gala dinner. See how bad the situation is amongst the journalists. It's just propaganda.
Just really quickly. They're speaking right now. Just give me a second.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
And he wanted to emphasize that nobody was hurt. He, the first lady, the cabinet, everybody's safe.
So law enforcement wants them to leave. She said, disregard the Truth Social post. Obviously, why would everyone stay in the middle of an active crime scene? The show cannot go on.
And Trump, I'm hearing, is going to give a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House.
That is not a joke. And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days.
Okay, so they're rescheduling for the next 30 days, and he's going to have a press conference
within the next 30 minutes.
Because when there is an emergency.
So the dinner is now canceled, is what I'm hearing.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, that's another instance of Trump speaking,
So was the dinner canceled at the end, or?
You see gunfire or bangs followed by 30 Secret Service members sprinting into the room. You kind of know what's going on, and then
he was the first guy I spoke to right after all of this happened.
Where were you inside of the party? Where were you located during?
We're in the restaurant.
No, I was down there in the room. I was downstairs in the room. I was actually right next to the door where the Secret Service came sprinting in, and we heard the bangs, and the bangs again. You can never be sure that it's gunfire or a loud bang, but then when you see gunfire or bangs followed by 30 Secret Service members sprinting into the room, you kind of know what's going on, and then every single person down in that room was under a table for the next 5 minutes until we all cleared and stood up.
And then now you've left the premises. You decided to leave, or were you waiting for the show to keep going?
Look, we're upstairs. We're in the same place. We're in the lobby seeing what's going on. Trump apparently just tweeted. I'm guessing you guys have talked about this.
Yeah.
Trump said that he wants the party to start back up. From seeing what's going on logistically, I think that's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the security said that it wasn't happening, that he's leaving.
There's just no way.
I mean, yeah.
It's an active crime zone. They have to literally, could be another shooter in there for all they know. They don't know if this man was acting on his own, Yeah,
and I said it before. I was just talking to our Daily Wire audience, been talking about it. we obviously don't know anything, but there were 100 people outside of the event tonight as we walked in, waving Palestinian flags, calling everybody who came in, telling them they're going to, a dinner with a pedophile and all this stuff.
Yeah, but that's like, I hate to say this, but this always happens. There are always, protesters.
I completely agree. But when there's a protest outside the building and then somebody tries to rush the building and shoot somebody, the first person you should be looking at is probably the people right outside the building, the code pink lunatics. Yeah. Who were calling us all crazy for being at this event. Nothing is confirmed. They're terrible people.
No, not really. The people who are protesting, they're the same groups that come year after year after year. Usually it's not them.
Code pink's the worst.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I'm not going to make any assumptions until we know what happens. But I think that if you were planning to actually commit a crime, you probably want to keep a low profile before, not actually leave a protest and run in. But what do I know about trying to shoot up a ballroom? But this is Abby, if you can try to catch people on the way out for more details, that'd be really great. And if you're able to talk to any of the security officials and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Any updates. He said they're having a press conference, but wouldn't give me any sort of time frame as to when that was happening. Obviously, we've heard that Trump is planning to give one in 30 minutes. There are attendees who were at the dinner who are now sitting up here, not able to say anything. But I'm seeing other people from the dinner walking up right now. Simone Sanders, I see from MSNBC, is walking out.
So a lot of people are asking, like, why are you the only, right now? What I'm seeing a lot of comments are, why are you two the only independent media journalists that are on right now? I'll tell you why. Because all the other independent media journalists are literally at the Substack party, which I was going to go to, but I was
going to go too, and I'm glad I stayed the extra 30 minutes.
See the Substack party, yet another party. And see the thing with the French embassy, I have a French nationality as well. I've been soliciting assistance from the French, and I got the French connection in all of this. And Candace Owens, with her Bridget Macron stuff, she should also be listening to me on those threads. But no, she doesn't want to share the limelight with an old lady. I mean, it's all about the limelight, and it's all about getting on the invite list. Oh, God, these little girls. Yeah, they're seduced by being on the invite list and going to all of these galas. I mean, I cannot think of anything that would be more like horrible than to be a king or queen. When I look at like poor King Charles and all of these ceremony, it's all ceremony. Giving speeches, getting in lines, going to this dinner, going to that dinner, having to make polite, always being on stage. Everybody wants to be king, queen. I'm like, you really don't understand what they do, what their lives are like.
Abby, I literally...
This was also, the trophy wife. And all of this stuff about liberating women, the feminist movement. And I'm like, excuse me, because what women aspired to, the trad wife, was a meal ticket husband, a good provider. I mean, in ancient times, when cavemen, that meant somebody who knew how to kill animals and protect you and feed the family and be a good protector against the elements and the wild animals. Of course, with the Industrial Revolution, that has changed, and now that's the madman on Madison Avenue or the wolves of finance on Wall Street. And it's not, it's just leading us into more wars and more wars and whores and more whores. I call it the Marilyn Monroe phenomena, why these men have to constantly be surrounding themselves by beautiful young women. I mean, these girls don't understand. They think that they made it to where they are because they're, of their talents as journalists. No, they got a pretty face. And okay, they know how to read and write. Some of them. Oh my God. Some of them, I'm like, how'd you graduate from high school, much less college?
I'm sitting here with a cold. I think you can hear it in my voice. And I sat here and I thought, maybe I'll go out later. I've been running through. We were both, Abby and I were both in the cold at Virginia's memorial, which was really emotionally tolling. And I thought it's really take a little break, watch the dinner from the
Virginia Giuffre, the sugar baby gold digger. Because, excuse me, that, Tara Palmieri is putting her on a pedestal. The victims of Epstein often were like, Virginia Giuffre was worse than Ghislaine Maxwell. And, why is Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in a prison, yet Virginia Giuffre is put on a pedestal? Ghislaine Maxwell is much victim. Okay, she was with a silver spoon or a gold spoon, but she was abused. I don't know if she was sexually abused by her father, but she was definitely groomed. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of everybody, all of the kids and Robert Maxwell, they're all assets or whatever they're calling them of the Israelis. But she was as much groomed. This is why, kill all the pedophiles and just get. I'm like, but they were also, most of them were sexually abused. This is a cycle. So putting Virginia Giuffre up on this pedestal, villainizing Ghislaine Maxwell because she's a socialite and Virginia Giuffre is white trash social climber, and then ignoring me. Oh, you're just a gold digging whore who didn't get enough in your divorce, and you should go and jump off a bridge because you're too old for labor markets. And we don't want you raining on all our parade of all of these parties. See, this is the bottom line. This is why nobody will spill the beans. Trump is not the problem. The problem is all of these people in Washington, the think tanks. I mean, this is just one night. This goes on year long. Parties and parties and parties like these. I mean, I'm waiting to find out that I don't know if they ended up having the dinner or not. I think it was lobster and steak. I'm like, holy shit. What'd they do with all the leftover food? If I had known and I had known some people in there, I'd be like, hey, I'm coming to chow down on all of the food they left in here. One time I was at the ballroom. It was a lobbyist from Louisiana had come up, or the crawfish, and this is back in the 80s, and the in the kitchen they didn't realize that you were supposed to put seasonings on the crawfish, and so they just threw them in water, boiled them. Oh my God, there was crawfish all over the place. I mean, this is a huge ballroom. I'm talking, I don't know how many hundreds of pounds of crawfish that would have been left over. Then there was the only other thing was the oysters. So everybody, either if you liked the oysters, you were sitting pretty. Otherwise, yeah, yeah. My debutante party was there. Oh gosh, so many things since that time.
the outside. And yeah, this is insane. This is,
I'm seeing, lots of people trying to leave at the moment. I think, but at the end of the day, obviously, it's a very scary situation for everyone involved. I'm watching Todd Blanche walk out right now, actually. We can.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you go up to Todd Blanche and ask him what's happening?
Yeah, Todd Blanche is walking out right now. But yeah, it's a very scary situation for everyone involved. I think because there was mass chaos in the dinner. Everyone else in the hotel had no idea what was going on. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. The press conference will be in the next half an hour.
Yeah. I know I see a lot of you saying in the comments, this is a false flag. This is a false flag. I mean, it is. What is this, the third assassination attempt on President Trump's life at this point? Yeah. Is it the third? Let me see. How many assassination attempts has it been? I don't get that correctly. Oh, yeah. Or maybe
the third assassination attempt.
It is the third.
I guess,
right?
we don't know if this was an assassination attempt on the president.
Right.
One can assume, but obviously what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then the shooter that was apprehended outside of Mar-a-Lago, I believe, his Palm Beach club was apprehended as well. So, yeah, I think it's a scary situation to be in, and obviously I wouldn't wish this on anyone. It's hard being in a building where you don't know if you're safe. No one really has any answers. Speaking to law enforcement, they're not really giving anyone any sort of indication of whether it's a safe place to be.
Right.
And there's just no one really knows what's going on. I think that's kind of the massive takeaway from tonight.
Yeah, Catch My Whiff just said, we cannot allow this to be weaponized by his cabinet. It is interesting to think about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, 40 years ago, it'd been like, I'm out of here. I don't know what, if they say it's safe or not, I'm not going to take any. Now, people are like, well, maybe we'll just hang out, Who knows? Maybe there'll be another one. So often.
The narrative that's already being painted. Obviously, this was an evening to celebrate both the press and the president. His cabinet was there, very powerful officials. Who is actually targeted? We don't know anything about the shooter.
No.
We don't know the motivations yet. We don't know if they were actually targeting members of the press, for all we know. We're still learning all of this. It could have been a stalker, for a journalist who's stalking a journalist. That's very common, frankly. It could have been an attempt on the president. We don't know. So I think at this point,
a stalker stalking a journalist. Now, that would only happen if the journalist is a celebrity. See, this is the journalism industry has just become another entertainment industry. When CNN started, that was the first channel that was like all day news. I remember that started. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I was still in high school, I believe. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, Americans on all-day news channel? They're not gonna watch that. They don't have the attention span. I mean, it's already like an hour in the evening news. You're lucky if you can find somebody who's that informed. The entire day? No. It opened what it did was it opened the floodgates for another form of entertainment for everybody, and tons of money. People think that, well, instead of sitting around watching Leave It to Beaver, Fathers Knows Best, or Gilligan's Island, or Dynasty Dallas, they watch this.
To say, it was an assassination attempt on the president. We just don't know that yet. We do know that when the president is in the room, it is, presumed that.
This is not as important, but Tristan Thompson, the basketball player, is leaving the building.
Who's he play for? I don't watch much.
We saw him earlier. He just left. So, and that means things are really, I guess, dire. But yeah, I mean, it's a terrible situation. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. I think.
Yeah.
It's. Yeah, there's still a massive police presence outside. Obviously, we'll hear from President Trump.
Yeah.
And, but yes, the dinner is ending, and the night is over at the Washington Hilton.
Yeah. Well, are you going to come back? That's the real question, Abby. I might take a ticket this time just because this is insane.
I think you should come back. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can report on the security measures that they've taken since this.
Okay.
I think, were there security measures taken that were different from, when a president wasn't speaking?
I really don't know how.
Yes, yeah, her.
The first time I've seen.
Yeah, so Mayor Bowser is walking, obviously with her own security detail, is walking down the stairs where the dinner was happening, being held. So,
Muriel Browser needs to answer criminal charges as much as everybody else. The local government is as bad as the federal government.
Obviously now going back in. Yes, she's walking back in, down the stairs, where dinner attendees are leaving and walking back up. So now it's an active crime scene. So obviously the fact that the mayor is here signals just how little we know. The fact that she's here and getting involved. I mean, still, it's like there's so many lobbies in this building, and it's packed currently. Of people trying to figure out how to leave, see if they can leave.
Yeah. I'm going to check out the New York Times again. FBI Washington's field office has responded to a shooting. Okay, we know that. Okay, let's see. Come on, guys. Now, Abby, I'm assuming that you would need a hard pass to get to this press conference, right? White House hard pass?
We got the White House area pass. Is the press conference here? At the White House. No, it's at the White. It's an Oval Office press conference. So
okay, yeah. So you're not going to be able to get there. Yeah.
So money from the hard pass is go down a list like sort of screen beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tonight.
When we get you a hard pass, hopefully
we'll be there.
I'm gonna also get you a bulletproof vest.
I know.
This is
it's a scary situation to be in, and I'm glad everyone's safe. I'm glad the law enforcement, were able to respond, but it was just immediate chaos from the minute, like we were watching it on TV, from watching the Secret Service. I said this initially, but I was having dinner, not in the ballroom, but upstairs by the bar where a lot of other attendees were having dinner, and CNN was streaming. All of a sudden we see, on the screen.
There are all sorts of other parties going on connected to this.
Being loud shots, loud sounds, being heard, and then the video feed cuts out briefly, and that just sent everyone into like an immediate chaos. I saw like 5 Secret Service people running down the escalator.
Yeah.
And yeah, in situations like this, when the internet is spotty and no one knows exactly what's going on, it's not the most ideal situation to be in. And I'm just glad everyone is safe, and safe is most important.
You know what? Catch My Whiff has a really good point. He said, shouldn't the affected areas be cordoned off, secure the area, protect evidence? Yes, that is how, so obviously as a journalist, I didn't start as a political reporter. I was a crime reporter. I did some time covering actual, crime scenes as a New York Post reporter. And when there's a crime scene, they cordon everything off. They look for fingerprints. They start an investigation. They don't want the crime scene to be tampered. You can't even get close to it. I mean, this is an active crime scene right now. And I don't know, Abby, are you seeing police go in there and try to to clear out the area, or? Yeah,
so there's no police tape or anything of that, official nature yet. There are ambulances, coming and going from the circle of the Hilton entrance. Obviously Mayor Bowser was able to go down. I think I've been seeing dinner attendees walk up the stairs out of where the ballroom is, but no one is allowed to go down except for law enforcement, which obviously is, to keep for security purposes.
Yeah.
But
crazy. I'm watching video from inside of CNN, and people are just drinking still and hanging out. It just looks weird inside.
There's still people in the ballroom.
Yeah. It seemed, unless they're playing old video.
Yeah,
I literally see someone with a martini glass in their hand, just milling about.
Everyone here is acting very nonchalantly about the whole situation. There was the initial, everyone's. Yeah, there's I think now.
See all of these people, trauma. No. Another day in the life.
That people know that there's, they're safe to a certain extent. They're, less worried about, their safety in this moment. Also, there's, the bar is still serving. We were going up to people and asking them questions, if they know what's going on, after we had seen the Secret Service agents run down, and they didn't know. We're watching CNN. CNN is not being updated as frequently as we're getting updates. But I think, yeah, the dinner will be rescheduled, and yeah, I guess we'll have to hear. I'm very interested to hear what President Trump will have to say in his press conference. He's obviously either at the White House now or on his way currently.
Yeah.
And I don't know if people fully are informed yet on who the shooter was or what their intentions were. Steve Lance, the journalist I spoke to, said the doors to the ballroom some of the doors were open. So that's when I think the shooter was able to get in. Again, I can't stress how lax the security was. If I wanted to go in and actually get into the dinner, I probably could have done it.
Yeah, you could have.
I obviously, yeah. It's things, the entire weekend, something I'm learning. And, the security is, very lax. If you know someone or if you have a name, this is a town that is so focused on power. And if you have say the right person's name, you're probably going to get let into the event. Mm-hmm. And, now.
Yeah, it's a town that's so focused on power, who the right people, and it's all a criminal protection racket.
Now knowing what we know, if you can show your phone an email that someone could easily forge or, have a screenshot of someone else. I mean, anyone can get into this hotel is what I'm trying to say. It's like security was not of the utmost of importance tonight. And I think, we've obviously seen the consequences of that. And I'm sure, there's never going to be a White House Correspondence weekend like this again. It's going to be tight from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know though, Abby. Even the fact that the way that they're handling it right now, the fact that there are people still milling about. I'm looking at waiters cleaning up. They haven't evacuated the hotel. I would think they would evacuate an entire hotel. How do we know that there's not another person that this person coordinated with? How do we know that this was a solo attack?
I mean, we don't. And it looks like the last Escalade Secret Service cars have left. So I'm assuming all of the cabinet officials are out, although I don't know that for certain. But yeah, people are taking pictures. There are still people at the restaurant and the bar. So I think for a lot of attendees, it's kind of on to what's the next event they're going to for the night.
Are you serious? People are going out to party right now?
Yeah.
Fox News anchors left an hour and a half ago. I mean, yeah, I think people
We saw Tara Palmieri going to the French embassy.
Are, shaken up, but not enough, I guess, to continue going out and going on to the next. I mean, that's kind of what this weekend is all about, obviously. And, that's the weird cognitive dissonance about this whole weekend for me. I mean, going from party to party to party, people are just kind of unfazed by the state of the world right now. We're in the middle of a war. Apparently a hospital was bombed today. We've got massive, insane, one of the biggest corruption scandals of our lifetime, the Epstein scandal, the Epstein files coming out. And you've got administration officials like Todd Blanche just milling about the newsroom, President Trump, zero accountability at all for this insane scandal. And everyone in Washington's just sipping champagne and it's just all fine. It really irked me out, to be honest.
And we just finished with the spring meetings. The international community. Oh, and I'm sure the French embassy residents. Oh, I'm sure they had many, many, many parties of that. I mean, that's all they do in this town. All they do.
It made me feel kind of ill to be around it all. I know that
I'm grateful that there are people like you and, people leading in the independent space where we're able to just immediately get on a story and bring it to people as it's happening and unfolding. And I think that is also one of the lessons of this weekend is how much the tide is changing and, how important and audience focused and forward channels like this are. And yeah,
I know I wish we could give you more answers right now, but we've got Abby on the scene. Thank you so much for sticking with us, Abby, for showing your dedication to the story. It's to me, it's shocking. I mean, I couldn't believe I'm shocked by how nonchalant it all is. That really shocks me. On top of this shooting, but on top of just the place that Washington is operated in. I don't know if the press has just been beaten into this place of just complete, I don't know, like a zombie-like effect, or just the regular cognitive dissonance of Washington, where the show just must go on, in the words of President Trump. But it feels strange.
It must go on. It's a three-ring circuit.
It feels strange to me, and it even feels strange.
Three branches of government that are supposed to providing the oversight of each other. King Charles had that in his speech. Yeah, I told him about that in the letter that I sent him in 2018. That Buckingham Palace, I'm sure, just trashed.
Enjoy the law
Those brats who work over at Buckingham Palace are as bad as the
enforcement is handling
brats
this.
who work there in DC.
I mean, this you'd be under lockdown. If this was a school, if this was a campus, I mean, you would be under lockdown right now.
I know, and the entire time, there's not been a moment where I've been asked by law enforcement to protesting outside. People are still protesting outside. We're seeing, pictures of.
According to the New York Post, the gunman assembled a long gun in an unsecured room and then apparently pulled it out of a bag. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that is possible. We did not go through a single. There were Secret Service dogs, but I saw maybe two of them, but there was literally no form of security for anyone entering. The tightest form of security was getting into whether you were going to have your picture professionally taken or not. Those were the two lines we were put into immediately as everyone is walking into the hotel. So, yeah, again, an example of how Washington is working. But yeah, that is absolutely a possibility. There were obviously, I saw performers from the Fox party who were leaving, and they have their bags, and there are people who are showing up to these parties, different vendors. I don't know how the vendors were, if they were checked at all. Sydney. Just talk to her. But
And I'll tell you, all the vendors, because I'm in the restaurant business after they ousted me for the second time from the IMF, that was 2016. I've been working in the restaurant business. And I mean, first off, one of the tactics of the woke liberals and the Democrats and the Clintons was to inundate Washington with more restaurants, because the restaurants have a very, very high level of percentage of Latinos who are working in there, foreigners, and many illegal. And so they dominate that industry and much of the hospitality industry. This is why, Trump was, no taxes on tips. I was like, and you call yourself a Republican? I mean, come on, that's like such a buy-off of the Latino immigrant vote. That's why the Democrats have supported liberal immigration policies for as long as they have.
yeah, I mean, there's just such a lack of security here. And we'll know more in the morning whenever this press conference happens. But yeah, it's just astounding.
It is really crazy. I'm going to try, guys. I mean, our producer, Dan, unfortunately is, he's traveling. He has a life. And we did not expect to be doing the show live. So, we're pulling this off, just Abby and I. But, if Dan comes back, we'll try to play the press conference for you on the stream so that we can, show you a little bit more. And yeah, I don't know, Abby, if you're able to show a little bit more of the scene around you, just hanging out in the lobby.
Yeah, this is the restaurant that I had dinner at, and the TVs are, there's one TV on, but the rest of the TVs are off. But people are still having dinner and drinking, and I think just decompressing after what they just experienced.
Right.
But yeah, there's no sense of urgency right now from the people that I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people are carrying out full bottles of wine. I don't know if that's from the dinner.
Are there still ambulances outside? Like, can you get closer to the area where the shooting happened, or have they closed that area off?
I'll show you right now the closed area, which we can't get to.
Okay.
So here is where the area is closed off.
Okay, so you can't get down there. Who's blocking it? The Secret Service?
Yes. So down there, you can see that was initially where everyone came in, and there was a red carpet. Obviously, there are many TV cameras down there. But yeah, I'm seeing MPD detectives walking up right now.
Okay.
Sir, are there any updates you're able to give us? Sir, they're not even looking at me. Okay, there's two FBI agents walking up right now.
Okay, can you talk to some of the people that are that left the ballroom to get some more details from inside?
Right, yeah. I'm like a middle of the press, so I can't really. All I saw was basically everybody else's reaction. Like, what were people? People were freaking out. Everybody were freaking out, very panicked, and there was just a lot of like getting down to the ground, but then also jumping up on your chairs to see what was going on. People didn't know how to handle the situation, so we were to get under a table after. Like, I heard people getting under the table. I did not. I didn't know. Are people? Do you know if people are still down there? I don't know. I'm sorry. So yeah, she just said there was a very panicky feeling inside. People were, getting down under tables and then getting back up. But yeah, of course, in situations like this, no one knows exactly. Like we hear obviously all the time in these mass shooting stories, it's just mass chaos, and I think that's exactly what people tonight were experiencing. The woman I just spoke to was a member of the press and was down in the ballroom having dinner during that time.
Okay, John Miller on CNN said the ID found on the suspect was a 30-year-old from Los Angeles.
Okay. Now is people leaving and getting home. I don't think you can get Ubers. I haven't even tried to leave, obviously.
I know, Abby, I'm worried. How is your cell phone battery doing? Do you have
I'm good. I have a charger.
Oh, yay. Look at our roving reporter. She's so well poised and ready to go. I'm so pleased. Okay.
Barely saw any police or any sort of police presence before it all took place. And now obviously we saw Mayor Bowser, Mayor of DC. There are law enforcement officials, although some of them are just standing on their phones. But yeah, there is a much heavier law enforcement presence.
It should have been like this always, right?
Yeah, should have. I mean, it was way too easy to get in tonight. And I think, they're facing the consequences of that.
I know. What is it going to be like, right?
Fortunately, the president was escorted and everything is okay.
Hold on. Let's see.
And how do they know that already? What are they doing? Like waterboarding this guy to tell?
Okay, actually, I'm here, Tara, with a woman. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Samia Butler. And you go to my husband's congressman there.
Your husband is a congressman?
Yes.
Okay, and you were downstairs after dinner in the ballroom. And what exactly happened?
We just heard a couple of shots and we just realized there was some shots, so we went under the table. And obviously 30 people from security walked through.
Another congressman with a foreign wife? Don't we have any Americans still in our government?
And fortunately, the president was escorted and everything is okay.
And
we heard that it happened from the hallway where the security owner was. And the guy who really fired the shot.
Yeah. He's not confirmed dead though at the moment, is he? I think he was apprehended.
No, he's not dead. They're saying he's apprehended, so he's most likely not dead.
Okay. But when the shots were fired, what was the reaction in the room? How many
shots did you hear?
Under the table?
Yeah.
How many shots did you hear?
Maybe 5.
5?
Wow, 5 shots. Okay, wow.
Once you heard the shots and everyone got under the table, what was people got under the table?
And he was watching and he saw like a squad of like 30, 50 people. Every table, every box.
And then were people continuing? Obviously, it was chaotic. No one knew what was going on. Did you immediately leave the room, or did you stay in the room? Or people
stayed? We had to stay.
You had to stay.
Stayed until the most, VIP people.
So
they have to escort everyone outside.
So
Congress stayed there.
And your husband is a former congressman, her husband.
Okay.
So what was your reaction?
He just is interested in eating. He didn't want his dinner interrupted.
Yeah.
Congressman Dan Burton from Indiana.
So we have a former congressman who was in the ballroom in the dinner.
And we have the newspaper, Washington Times, Jenkins, and
Dr. Jenkins and his wife, president of the Washington Times. What was your initial reaction to the shooting that took place?
Well, first of all, the president was safe, and it was really shocking to see the first time in the history of the Correspondence Association dinner that it was shut down. it was closed. So we thank God that nobody else was hurt, that the shooter was captured and killed.
And what was your initial reaction when you heard the shots? Was your instinct to go down or to hide?
I was impressed with the Secret Service. They had 30, 40 people run through the aisle from the back of the auditorium. They had 30 or 40 people crossing through the spaces between all the tables. They had military people up on the stage. White House within 30 seconds. I was out of the dance.
And which cabinet did you see Did you see the cabinet officials being
all of them
escorted out?
Escorted out immediately.
And how many law enforcement officials do you think were in the room?
Oh, I don't know, but I was surprised. There's over 100 that responded within 2 minutes.
Okay. So over 100 law enforcement officials they think were in the room within 2 minutes. Sorry. Oh, what's it on your deck?
Are you doing a story?
Yes, I'm a reporter. This is Tara Palmieri. We're live right now. I'm Tara Palmieri's reporter.
Okay.
So
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. So I was upstairs and I saw 4 or 5 Secret Service people run down the escalator. What are you at the event? I was upstairs right here in the restaurant.
If you're live, I'll say one thing.
Yeah.
It's very important. Whenever the president or the vice president is speaking to a large group, 2,500 people, they should have a bulletproof glass shield in front of him.
They were.
Because he was sitting up there, and there were several spots that an assassin could have targeted him. Now, we're lucky that the Secret Service, everybody protected him, but he should have had a bulletproof glass in front of him just in case. And I hope if anybody at Secret Service is watching this, pay attention.
I'm curious, what sort of security did you go through? Because to get into the actual Hilton, I didn't go through any sort of security besides showing an invitation.
No, that's the problem. But when you went up to where you were going into the dining room, there were metal detectors and everything.
But again, it's one hotel, so it's like even if I'm up here, there's a chance I could get down there to the bar.
I can't complain about all the other security, except the president, the chief of state, should never be sitting at a table in front of 2,500 people without some kind of protective shield in front of him. That's just it, flat.
Yeah, and we just are hearing now that the president will soon brief reporters from the Oval Office on the event.
Thank God.
It looks like they've all run over in their gowns and their tuxedos. It's pretty surreal.
Very surreal. I mean, you're glad everyone is safe. And
thank God. Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah. But you've never experienced, how many White House Correspondence Dinners have you been to?
So many, and this is the first time.
3,000 supposedly. But yeah, this is my first dinner. This is.
All the companies had their people. There's probably a 500 to 700 actual White House reporters there. All their companies were there. So probably every company brings 50 people. Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, Washington Times. Everybody had their papers there. It's an annual dinner. We all attend. So it was very good to see the immediate response of the.
But nothing like this obviously this has never happened, but no sort of other security flukes in the past where there have been never.
Never in the history of the White House Correspondence Association dinner. Yeah, presidents have been here every time except.
I think that there was an attempt on John Hinckley's life at the Washington Hilton. A gunman opened fire, and this was on Ronald Reagan and his cabinet members in 1981, March 30th, 1981. And they were leaving the Washington Hilton when a gunman opened fire at the president. 6 bullets hit Brady, and he was it was thought that the killing would the gunman was a 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. who thought that killing the president would impress actress Jodie Foster, with whom Hinckley had an unhealthy obsession. We don't know the motivation yet of this attack.
Never understood how that was supposed to help Jodie Foster. I love Jodie Foster's take on that one.
Or this attempted attack. So I do think that there is some history to these deranged gunmen coming to these places of and trying to create chaos and
most of the deranged ones have been like deranged and conditioned by these MK Ultra psyop things or different, nefarious purposes of government or pseudo-government groups.
Spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously harrowing hearing what people went through down there. And everyone's story is, from who I've spoken to, kind of sounds the same. It was just a flood of chaos. 100 security officials all of a sudden in one room. And I think from what they said, the cabinet officials were taken out first, and obviously the president, and then everyone else either stayed in the room or left. But again, it was like the immediate chaos of it, no one knowing exactly what to do.
Yeah. Abby, is there anyone that was like working there inside of
hold on 1 second. I'm gonna
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do is I'll see people. It's been raining. So obviously when it's raining nobody's hanging out. But in the back of the building you have people hanging out. So maybe some of them can enlighten me.
Abby went to the scene because she's an intrepid reporter, and she is here getting all of the details on the ground from what happened.
Yeah, so I mean, it just looks it's really closing out now. It's a lot less packed than when we last spoke. To just get out of the vicinity, and I'm not sure how barricaded or secure they've kind of made the area.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we end this and I just keep going around and talking to people, because I think at this point,
if you can jump back on,
Because
someone who's gone, this is obviously my first dinner, former Congressman Dan Burton, who has been to so many of these sort of events and has never encountered.
Here we are. We're streaming. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that...
See how he says, in the interest of transparency, we're putting this out. I mean, somebody who starts a sentence out like that, you got to go, okay. Yeah, what you gonna give me here? These are like key words that you know that you're being gaslit.
Attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
Shakespeare said it best, thou dost protest too much.
An officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance with a very powerful gun, and the vest did the job. I just spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him, and he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the DC police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're finished, the police chief is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close. We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people. And there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very...
It always has to be the best. The best. It's a record. It's the best of the best of the best.
impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco,
Wait, what happened?
He doesn't want anybody to help him, but he did get some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The man has been captured.
Trump also just posted on Truth Social a photo of the shooter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Todd Blanche, we also,
Let's go back to Trump. Thank you.
All the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have cash. And then you're going to go on and we can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But there was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly. And you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country. And that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please note what the Attorney General has just said rings no truer. You saw the very best of America.
That's not exactly the description we were getting from these girls
Tonight, the very best unite us at a time of uncertainty because we have leadership here with the president, the vice president that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Merlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chair. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule.
Hey Tara. Yeah, I have someone with me here. Can we just cut the video for a second?
Yeah.
How much money will that cost? Because they'll have to pay for it again. I mean, they still had to pay the bill.
What's your name?
Arthur Lee.
Arthur Lee was in the ballroom after dinner. Could you just explain to us immediately? You said you heard 5 shots.
I didn't count exactly. It sounded like 5 shots at the back of the room. President, First Lady, they started getting streaked off. Everyone ducked down. A lot of people on the floor. I just kind of sat down and was watching. And then the Secret Service, team of Secret Service guys came flying in. It was pretty amazing.
And how many law enforcement officials do you think were there initially once?
It looked like a small group, like 5 that got the President and First Lady, and then it had to be 20 guys again flying through, right through the crowd and up to the stage. And we're looking for us back at the stage if anyone was coming in.
And what did you hear? Did you initially think that it was a shooter, or did you think that something had fallen and then there was kind of a mass panic?
It was a split second, but it didn't sound, because it was more than one. It wasn't like a bump. It was like a thump, 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 thump. And then all chaos.
Were the doors to the ballroom open? Right. They were all.
That's not security, yeah.
What sort of security did you experience getting into the event itself? Besides, just explain your experience, how getting into the hotel. Have you been to dinners before?
Not to this one, but we had to go through metal detector to get in. It probably could have been tighter, but it is what it is. Can't stop crazy.
And did you stay in?
You had to get into go through a metal detector to get in? I've never seen that. Never even heard of it at the Washington Hilton. And nobody else said that.
In the ballroom after this all happened, were people just kind of mulling about, or what was everyone's initial? Were people leaving?
It took a long time. I kind of stood up fairly soon, but it took a long time for people to even come up to the ground, from under the tables, or ducking down. Once you can see it's filtering back up as felt more secure enough to stand.
Were law enforcement giving instructions for everyone in the room?
It was quiet. You could tell it was secure because they were on the stage covering the entire event, And so I didn't feel that people were panicked that they were in danger after the event, as there was security everywhere in Secret Service.
Okay, can we just keep playing the clip? I'm going to go try and talk to someone else. Hold on.
Let's go back, yeah.
Boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country. And there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor?
Well, but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have to do it. The room was very, very secure. He charged from 50 yards away, so he was very far away from the room.
And what do you think when you saw the video of how fast he was running?
He was moving. He was really moving, and the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had their guns drawn. Literally, by the time he was there, they were shooting.
That's right.
I don't understand that. It started upstairs. That's where the video, that's where I had filmed, and that's where we see the man running, because it goes down the escalators. That's not fast. He's coming through there, and you got all of these guys with all these security guys with all their freaking guns, and he gets through and he goes downstairs.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
Thank you, President David. Thank you for updating us on the suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. These people, they're crazy. They're crazy. And, you never know. He was very far away from me. I had to go through a lot. We had resources all over. We had resources sitting at tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room. So he had a long way to go. That was really first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, there was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead.
Do you know any political motivations from this?
Well, you never know. No, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. He's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California. Yes, sir. And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. They had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. By tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out of the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I'm the one, and Mark, when you would agree with that, I think, I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Is there any indication that this shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran?
I don't think so. You never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. There's you, as well as some of us who have covered Butler experience 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You had the First Lady with you today. What felt different? And you have another 2+ years in office. Are you concerned about something like this happening?
Well, I can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have been up there. But even Butler, we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards, one shot, and he was gone. And if he didn't do it now, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, he would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was so. In a sense, that was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot, as you know. They should have had that covered. Tonight they had everything covered very quickly, and he was fast. He was running full blast, and they got him before they got any further. I was very far away. He hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there.
Okay, the ballroom was sealed, and he was far away from breaching the doors, according to Trump. Said it there.
That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do.
That's why I keep on listening to this dribble.
Tonight,
It'll be important in future.
doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight, but I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just my look at my profession. We have great professionals up here and outside that have been working with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick people. We have a lot of sick people. But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd, a lot about him. You're going to know a lot about him. Yeah, a couple of more.
Okay, in a short time, we're going to know a lot about this guy. I mean, okay, that could be hyperbole of Trump. Always a guy. I love the expression in French, péter plus haut que leur cul. Fart higher than their ass. So yeah, you can say, oh, that's just Trump, but I think it's more.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically motivated.
All violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same, 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous. I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah. Well,
what does that say about our country?
We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America. In South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good.
Yeah, okay. Let's not even get into the South America shit, because I was living at Bogota at the turn of the century, and I'm the only one at the American Embassy when they do the presentation of Plan Colombia in 1999 to the American Women's Club in Bogota. I'm the only one who stands up and say, yeah, well, as long as the drug consumption keeps on rising, your production is going to keep on rising. Because also, I didn't want my kids at the American school there because they were the ones with the worst drug problems.
Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years.
Okay. The Dow, the S&P, I'm not going to get into that. why all of this is bullshit and is a bad sign, just look at my playlist on the monetary issues and what I'm challenging the IMF. That gets into the spring meetings that I covered.
Years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. We did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead.
Those are not the reasons that he's a target.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Did you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country?
Okay. Let's see who it is.
Funny on. He also, by the way, Abby is losing power. So she's about to head home. We got to make sure she gets home and is safe. She's done an amazing job reporting live from inside the Washington Hilton, where an active shooter was held in custody. He is a 30-year-old from Los Angeles. The president just took questions from the White House. He's still taking questions right now. We lost that feed. But I'm just going to give you a little bit of a recap of some of the things that he said for everyone who is just tuning in. He said he fought like hell. Yeah, we heard that.
Sure.
And
get through. They drew those guns so fast. They look like Matt Dillon. They look like somebody that knew what they were doing. What do we do? But it comes.
Dillon. When I was a child, Gunsmoke was my favorite show with Matt Dillon. I used to walk around. My parents, I don't remember this. They said I used to come in and say, "I'm Matt Dillon. Change my diapers." Like, yeah, I couldn't smell the stench of the shit back then, and I can't stand it now.
Comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from winning the war in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think so, based on what we know. But we're going to continue to do a great job. That's all I can do. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
well, that was something. President Trump called him a sick person. They said they're filing charges soon. Still don't know much other than the fact that the suspect is a 30-year-old from Los Angeles. We don't know the motivation of the shooting. We really don't know much yet. So we don't even know who he was targeting. We don't know if he was targeting the president. We will find out. But President Trump was obviously rushed from the event after gunfire. But from all the here's video footage that he posted. President Trump posted pretty grainy, but it's supposed to be from the Washington Hilton, apparently.
Any monitor was there?
Shall I post it as soon as you pack them?
18. Go for
Yeah, I don't understand why they pull out their guns, hesitate. I mean, if the guy is keep on running, and they wait to run. I don't know, and that really is bad quality.
Okay, so yeah, he's posting all of the evidence on his X channel, something you don't normally do. Usually, you want to keep this to yourself, but he is posting evidence everywhere. This is President Trump, right? And he is using it as a moment to push his ballroom, his very, very expensive ballroom, which apparently has a bunker inside of it. And he said, the security was not strong enough inside of that Washington Hilton, which I could agree with. It is not a secure facility. It is not a secure place.
But that was all a charade to make the point that this is not secure. We need the ballroom.
Yes. But yeah, guys, thank you.
So we're going to see that. Watch this. So for this, we're going to go to Baron Coleman. I love this one. Hold on.
Summary of what happened. Just get the facts out there before I start weighing in on my thoughts on the weirdness of it all. I want to kind of get to the facts of it, get those out there, and once we can agree on the facts, then we can try to figure out what actually happened, because I don't think that what we're hearing is what actually happened. So first things first, I'm going to pull up a boring article, because boring articles often have good facts. And I'll make this as exciting as I possibly can, but this is a brief rundown of what happened last night. It's important to note the timing as we go through this. A gunman fired shots at the hotel hosting the White House Correspondence Association dinner on Saturday. This was around 8:35 p.m. That's an important time. We're going to remember that time. We're going to talk about it a little bit on the comings and goings and trying to nail down a timeline. But about 8:35 p.m. Eastern time in Washington, D.C., this is fast time, guests took cover when shots were heard. Secret Service agents rushed towards Trump, escorting the president and his cabinet from the ballroom. We'll look at some video footage of that in a little bit. We'll see what was weird about it. I think there was a little weirdness about how they pulled him out of there. They're crediting this to a sole gunman. I think we will be surprised if in the end of the reporting that this turns out he had no outside involvement whatsoever, but maybe he's a lone gunman. We'll find out. Brief, rough facts. The suspect charged a checkpoint in the hotel's lobby. I think that's a weird way to say that he was almost in the ballroom itself, armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. Secret Service intercepted him. There's a question of who shot who. We'll talk about that. The guy lived, believe it or not. The guy lived. A Secret Service agent was injured and transported to a local hospital. The suspect himself was transferred to a local hospital where he was evaluated. This is a picture from before the event. This lady on the right over here, sitting to the president's left, stage right, or audience right. That is, I think, the president of the White House Correspondence Association. Her name is Wei Jia Zhang. And then obviously First Lady Melania Trump and the President of the United States looking very bored there in the middle.
Yeah.
Let me say this. He looked tired last night. He looked very tired. I know it's late. It's 8:30, but I mean, it's 8:30. This is a guy who's notable for pulling all-nighters, sleeping 2-3 hours. Like he would rage. Remember classic Trump, first term Trump? He'd be rage tweeting at 1, 2 in the morning. You'd go to bed. You'd wake up at 4 or 5 and he's still rage tweeting. You're like, when does this man sleep? Then you're like 8 o'clock. You see him signing some executive orders. 9:30, he's doing a press conference. Noon, he's having a lunch somewhere. And I'm like, when did he sleep? He was rage tweeting all night. Did he schedule his rage tweets? He looked tired last night. Man, he looked tired. So I'm going to just kind of use that as sort of the jumping off point. 8:35 p.m., the fireworks start. Not the Erica Kirk fireworks. We're not talking
The thing is being tired. I wonder how his health is holding out.
about like sparklers to come out to give a speech. We're talking about gunshots. Here's a video from when it happened. I don't know if this audio is going to translate over the air. It's really good audio on my end. I don't know how much of our processing and YouTube's processing in particular are going to pick this up, but I will go like this in the.
Yeah. Okay.
Rogan. He was on the Joe Rogan show, and supposedly he guessed Joe Rogan's debit card PIN number. And Joe Rogan was fascinated. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. You can see my PIN number. Well, here what he's doing is he's doing one of these same type of things for Caroline Leavitt, who's over here on the left-hand side. This is the moment they realize what's going on. But if you backed it up, it was about 10 or 15 seconds before I stopped it. You heard boom, 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 boom. You heard gunshots, but these guys didn't react. They were like clued in on what Oz Perlman was doing. You could hear in the audio, I don't know if it translated out. You could hear dishes breaking and tables overturning and chaos and the audience getting loud, but they are so clued in on what Oz Perlman is doing on this little notebook paper that they missed it all. A mentalist. That's what he calls himself. A mentalist. I don't know what a mentalist is. If he calls himself a mentalist, I don't want to be anywhere near one because I call him an intel asset, but we'll talk about him in just a minute. But that's sort of the setup that was going on. So that was 8:35 p.m. Eastern time. 8:35 p.m. Eastern time. Boom, 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 boom. While Oz Perlman is doing something here. Now, we have an explanation of what he did because he talks about it right here. He gives us an explanation of what he did. Tell me that this isn't fake. I'm sorry, this is fake and gay. And if you're going to do something fake and gay involving the president, the first lady, the press secretary, the president of the White House Correspondence Association, I'm going to be suspect of who you are and how you're getting this information. But here is his explanation of what he did.
All right, I'm here again with Oz Perlman, and you can now finally tell us what the trick was you were performing on Caroline Leavitt.
Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, challenged me, said, I'm having a baby next week. We were talking about it because we both have children. And she goes, can you guess what I'm naming my daughter? And so this is happening backstage. We were interrupted because the president walked in.
Yeah.
And so I said, let's save it for when we get up on the dais.
Yeah.
And that's when I came over to introduce myself. I was coming to say hello to the president and to the first lady. And I was guessing letter by letter how many letters were in the name. And then right at the moment where you see it happen, I wrote down the name. And I said, how did I do? And I turned around, and that's when you see the first lady go, oh, and she goes, is that the name? And that's the moment where this happened.
All right, and Caroline has given you permission to tell us what you guessed, which is the name of her baby.
That's exactly right. That's what's on the paper.
And what's the name?
I believe the name is Vivian. So yeah, that's what I guessed.
I mean, anyway, what a surreal part of the night.
I'll never forget it.
At the moment. All right, Oz Perlman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not amused. There are only two ways he would be able to guess that. Not from her body language. There's too many names in the English language, right? There's too many human names to choose from. You could pick Cynthia. You could pick Donna, Sharon, like all kinds of names you could pick. Oh, I just was observing her. I'm a mentalist, you see, and I'm looking carefully at her disposition, and I know the kind of person she is, and I'm able to shake, rattle, and roll that name right out of her just looking at her mental cues. I will ask her a few questions and have her think about the number of letters in the name. And
You can tell Baron Coleman doesn't believe in it.
she'll come up with and I will read into it. I'll draw that information out of her. I'm a mentalist, you see. No, there are only two ways you would know that. One is someone told you. Two is you have a demon inside your body, and that demon told you what it was. That's it. There's no third option, ladies and gentlemen. The option 3 is bull butter. Option 3 is what he wants you to believe, that he just guessed it. Same thing with Joe Rogan's PIN number. If you remember, Joe Rogan, when he did his bit on Joe Rogan, I didn't think to find it and pull this up, but at the end of it, Joe said, well, I didn't pick it. They just mailed it to me. Well, that just totally undermined the entire nature of the PIN number gag, because what he was saying was, oh, I know you. I know the type of person you are. Think of the number. Okay, well, I'm guessing you used one of the numbers twice, and you would use low numbers, and he knew what the number was before he showed up. Again, one of two ways. Someone told him.
Well, he makes a good point. If it was the number that was sent to Joe Rogan, it would have had nothing to do with anything that Joe Rogan would have picked. Unless Joe Rogan gave it, Sometimes they'll ask you for a PIN number, sometimes they send it to you.
Or he has a demon inside of him, and the demon knows, because demons can see everything. They can go everywhere. They can watch him put in the PIN number. They're not bound by space and time. That's how, when you go to somebody who reads your palm, they're not looking at the lines in your fingers. When they do a tarot card, they're not looking at the tarot card. They're consulting with demons. Mediums are consulting with demons, not dead people, not Christians. They're consulting with demons.
Okay, so we'll see why this is relevant later.
And so if he's not consulting with demons, then somebody told him. Whoever this person is has access to tremendous information. Like Joe Rogan's mail, Joe Rogan's PIN number, Caroline Leavitt's conversations with her husband, where they might have discussed by text message or email or phone call, or maybe discussed openly in their home, and there's some sort of a listening device in there, but somebody overheard the name of the child. And obviously this is a closely guarded secret, because how else did she think a week before that this guy wouldn't have heard? If it was kind of an open secret around town, like typically when we name our kids, we would do it, a month or two, maybe 3 months before. We do have one child that was named after he was born, but that's rare.
No, he doesn't believe in this here.
Shots are taking place. Weird timing, right? Especially if he's working with foreign intel. Weird timing. I will say he's not American, I don't think. I think he was, let me look it up here. I don't want to speak out of school. I think he was born in another country or lived in another country. Hold, please. I don't want to get this wrong, because if I name this country and I'm wrong, people will freak out. Yeah, he was born in Israel, July 19th, 1982. 43-year-old Israeli American. He has citizenship in both countries. So he was a commander in the Israeli Navy. Oh, his father was a lieutenant commander in the Israeli Navy. When he was 12, he was informed he had a twin brother at birth. He's been into magic and all that ever since, and he's been on all kinds of TV shows. And I mentioned the Joe Rogan appearance, where most people that I know have heard of him. That's where they heard of him. But I don't want that guy on the stage with my president. Sorry. Even if I don't particularly care for how the president's doing right now, that's not the kind of guy I want on the stage, particularly at the moment gunshots are ringing out. I have a lot of questions. Right off the bat, I have a lot of questions. What is that guy doing that close to the president and the vice president at a moment when gunshots are ringing out? Because everything he's doing is bull butter. We know he's not actually divining pin numbers and baby names. We know he's not picking that up from you. He's consulting with demons or foreign intelligence. Either way, off the damn stage. Get out. Leave. Bye. Get going. You're not welcome here anymore. But I digress. I digress, ladies and gentlemen. I've been known to do it before. So here is a side image of the vice president of the United States and the president of the United States getting yanked off the stage. This is circulating on Twitter. I have no idea where these videos originated. I see them in hundreds of places, maybe thousands of places. In the foreground, what you're going to see here, the guy who's being grabbed from behind, that's the vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance. President Trump is on the far side of the stage. So foreground is Vance, nice Secret Service member, I'm assuming, here pulling him off stage. And then on the far side is Donald Trump. So I'll let you look at what this looks like, and you tell me if this looks right to you. Now they're evacuating Trump. Did you see how much earlier Vance got evacuated? I have heard a zillion people try to innocently explain this, and I refuse to listen to them, because there is a priority in government. There is a priority in government. The president of the United States is to be protected at all costs. Whether I agree or don't agree with the president, that's the way it is. I wanted it to be that way when Obama was in office. I wanted it to be that way when Trump was in office. I want it that way when Bush is in office, even if I don't particularly care for the job these presidents are doing at different times. You must maintain the standard. To do otherwise raises questions about who's really in control, about what's really going on behind the scenes. And that scene right there struck a deep chord with me, a very deep chord with me. Vice President Vance was immediately yanked off stage. The president sat there like a sitting duck, not only while he was watching a magic show and members of the audience were jumping under tables, knocking over tables, knocking down glasses. Not only was he sitting there like a sitting duck that entire time, but he was also sitting there like a sitting duck for about 10 or 15 seconds after Vance was already evacuated. And the only protection he got was a guy went and stood in front of the table. The guy went and stood in front of the table while the president sat there, an absolute sitting duck, for about 10 or 15 seconds at that point. And then they come and grab him. And then they bring the guns and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't sit easy with me. That doesn't sit easy with me. What if that gunman had gotten into the ballroom and was not taken down on his way into the ballroom? And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, he was close. The guy was close to getting in there. And he was armed with multiple weapons. If he gets in there and Vance is taken off the stage and Donald Trump goes down, what is the discussion today? What are we talking about today? Obviously, we would be having a discussion about who was really being protected and why. But Baron, Vance has his own team, and they just happen to get there first. All right? New rules, guys. Whatever team gets there first gets the main guy. The scragglers, the slow team, they can have the vice president. How about that? Knock him off his chair, put him on the ground, cover him up, and drag him out of there. I don't care what you have to do. If we're going to be a serious country, you have the head of the Department of War, the head of the FBI, numerous other elected officials, judges. Other than that, it was going swell, Mr. President. How was your evening? Yeah. How was the shrimp cocktail, sir? Did you enjoy it? They acted quickly and bravely. The shooter had been apprehended. They have recommended that we let the show go on, all caps, but will entirely be guided by law enforcement. They will make a decision shortly. Regardless of that decision, the evening will be much different than planned, and we'll just plain have to do it again. President Donald J. Trump. Someone was shot in the lobby. Someone was approaching with haste the ballroom with arms. Might be time to call it a night. I don't know. I mean, I'm old-fashioned. I'm old school. Might be a good night to say, we tried. We tried. Maybe we'll do it again. Maybe we won't. But the idea that the man wanted to do it that night?
Baron Coleman does make me laugh.
Here's an interesting eyewitness account. I know that a lot of people, when they see things and hear things, they're not always right. They don't always know exactly what they're talking about. But I think even eyewitnesses that get some key details wrong sometimes get a lot of good facts right. And this woman, though I think she's wrong about the guy firing a bunch of rounds as he walks off, I think she's right about describing where he went before the shooting. This is the perpetrator, the alleged perpetrator, where he went before the shooting and what he was doing while he was there. So I want to play this because I think it gives us key details, key context as to what kind of security operation was being run around there. And then I want to compare it to another notable event that's taken place here recently.
Okay. So you're taking tickets at the terrace level?
Yeah, and everyone was pretty much in, and a lot of people had already gone. We were doing dinner breaks and shifts.
Yeah.
And I was just out there, and there was still security there, and I was even talking to the security guard that had a dog there.
Yeah.
And there's a room, well, it was like a makeshift room. I think they had it closed off to wheel in the bar carts after the reception. All these numerous bar carts going into this area, I think, to go in the elevator and downstairs. Okay. So it looked like a makeshift room. I mean, he was literally from me to that building, and there was a security guy there too. I mean, I don't think anyone knew what he was doing.
Describe it. Where do you look?
So let me just position what's going on here. She says there's a little room that they were using to store bar cards. This alleged shooter goes in the room and it's just right there. And she said there's a security guy there too. And there's a dog, presumably some sort of law enforcement dog. I doubt it's just a schnauzer wandering around the lobby of the Washington Hilton, or why else would she mention it? So you have presumably a security guy, some sort of security dog, all present, all accounted for. And there's no explanation at this point for why the guy is not being stopped from what he's doing. I'm going to let her continue, but I just wanted to set that stage for you so you can hear this next part.
I'm not even sure what he looks like.
And what made you think he's the shooter? How do you know he's the guy?
I saw him put the gun together and start shooting.
So what makes you think he's the shooter? I saw him put the gun together. Put the gun together. Put the gun together.
Put the gun together. That's important. That we saw with Candace Owens about the guy who had the guns that you put together.
Now, when she says I saw him start shooting, I don't know that that's accurate. A lot of times what happens in an eyewitness situation like this is people hear shooting and you saw somebody putting a gun together, so you attribute the shooting to that guy who put the gun together. I think the shooting probably came almost exclusively, if not exclusively, from the Secret Service. I don't know that the guy got a shot off. They say he shot one of the Secret Service guys. I saw the video. Maybe he did. Maybe he's the guy who shot one of the Secret Service guys. The guy had body armor on and apparently he's going to be fine. Even if you get shot with body armor, though, you get injured. It can break bones. It can deep bruising. It can cause real problems. It's not like it is in the movie where you get shot with body armor. You're like, oh. No, it's serious. But it looked to me, at least in my amateur eye, that this guy's running this way and somebody shoots this way and hits, and then the guy behind him goes down. And so I'm not 100% sure the alleged shooter shot the Secret Service guy. Maybe he did. Maybe I don't see these security footage as poor. But put the gun together. I saw the guy put the gun together. I've heard a lot of these mass shootings, a lot of these criminal gun incidents over the years. I think only 2 times in my life I've ever heard of someone putting a gun together on site. Last night, the way this woman described it, in this area where they're storing bar carts, he's in there putting a gun together. So that's one. The only other one I can remember, and maybe I'm missing one, I didn't do like research, I didn't get on Chat GPT and say, are there any instances of mass shooters putting a gun together? I just was going from memory. I don't remember any other one, except for Charlie Kirk, where we're told the guy put the gun together. And I think that's weird. I think it's notable. I think it's weird and notable because I want to know what are these, why is this a new thing? Why is this happening? Why are guns now being put together when before people just walked into the event with a gun? The guy had a room at the Washington Hilton. Just put in your coat and run into the, I mean, you just took off running with it anyway. Just start running a little earlier. I don't know. Don't want to draw too much attention to that fact, but I think it's worth noting. Who is telling these people?
I mean, anybody who's running like that, this is not a professional. I'm sorry. I'm not a professional hitman. But I have seen enough movies, James Bond movies, and all of these. I mean, come on, Hollywood is filled with these Something really good. You play it cool. You play it cool. You gotta, like the ladies. These lady assassins, they've just, their garter belt, they've got a gun in there and they just slip it or something. Do not start running when you know the Secret Service people are going to take you out. It doesn't make sense.
Who are they talking to? It's like, you know what you should do? You should get to the scene and then you should risk getting caught while putting a gun together. Like most people that are going to commit a crime like that want to minimize the time they're there before the damage starts. You want to minimize the likelihood you're going to be caught. You don't want to drag out the time that you're vulnerable. It's like, you ever notice dogs look around when they go to the bathroom? They like they're peeing and they look like this. For mammals, that's a real vulnerable moment. Like, you got 10 or 15 seconds, you got to pee. You can't really move while you're peeing. I guess you could, but it's not very efficient. You're vulnerable to attack in that moment. Same thing if you go on number 2. You're very vulnerable to attack in that moment because now you're kind of squatting down or whatever. So you want to minimize that time when you're in danger. But if you show up to the scene and you're planning on doing something outrageous, you're then going to stop, pull out your handy screwdriver and like, I'll be there in a minute, boys. It doesn't make sense to me. I didn't believe it with the Charlie Kirk episode, and I don't believe it with this episode. I think if you're putting a gun together, someone's covering for you to make sure you're not exposed, and it might have been the security guard who was standing there that she was talking about with the dog. Maybe not. I'm not accusing the guy. Or gal, whoever it was. I'm not accusing anyone of participating in this, but I'm saying it raises serious suspicion. I had that same suspicion with the Charlie Kirk incident in Utah, because where he supposedly put the gun together, only 1 or 2 people would be able to see them. It's the people on top of the Hall of Flags that, remember, Dan Flood wanted marked off so people couldn't walk there. But he wanted his guy or a cop up there. Well, his guy or the cop could have seen that, I think. I mean, I'm going to go there and look at it myself, but I think standing up there, they would have been able to see that guy putting that gun together. And so if the only 2 times that I recall in my mind, fresh in my mind, that this is happening at a high-profile event were Charlie Kirk and this, and I have deep suspicions about the Charlie Kirk event, obviously now I have deep suspicions about this event because it's unnatural, it's unnormal, it's abnormal. It's not right that you would intentionally extend the time you're vulnerable.
Yeah, okay.
Go back to my peeing example. Yeah. You're in a battle. You know you're very vulnerable.
Yeah, okay. So we got the picture.
I'll show you a few of them. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we changed hotels. This is Kennedy. You remember Kennedy? She was on MTV. Then she was on, I think, Fox News or MSNBC for a while, one of those cable news channels. We changed hotels at the last minute yesterday. Booked a room at the Hilton at 3 p.m. I was never asked for a key, but could have produced one from a different city. Also, never asked for ID. Waltzed through the lobby and the lower ballroom areas like I owned the place. Only saw 1 law enforcement dog by the red carpet, which also had surprisingly lax security. Here's the key line. Having been to this event several times as early as 1995, this was probably the least security I've encountered. Thank God everyone's safe. That's Kennedy's version. Now we got Bill Malugan here. He's a congressional correspondent for Fox News. This was his version of the security. My thoughts on the security at the White House Correspondence Dinner last night. The first exterior security for me was on the street outside the hotel. I flashed my ticket and was waved through in 1 second. My name was not checked against any list. I showed no ID. I was not patted down and did not go through a metal detector. So all he had to do with get in the building was like show a piece of paper. It could have been like an old email or something. I probably could have shown a ticket from a prior year or a fake one as they barely looked at it. I don't know who the exterior security was. They were guys in suits. From that point, I walked into the hotel with no further security check. I walked down to the Fox pre-party where there were multiple ballrooms that were absolutely packed with attendees. Still did not go through any security at that point.
See, multiple ballrooms packed with people. This was just not the main ballroom. These were, I'm going to go back and get my camera out, my storage unit.
Hypothetically, if I had hidden an explosive in my shoe or my jacket, I would have had no problem getting into those ballrooms. Only once it was time to get into the main ballroom for dinner did we pass through magnetometers, empty our pockets, and get a pat down. Even that checkpoint was just outside the dinner room. 2 things can be true at the same time. Secret Service reacted quickly to an active armed threat and prevented that threat from getting into the ballroom. But the security leading up to that point, in my opinion, appeared to be lacking severely. So those are two different perspectives from two different types of people, both of whom have had experience in this in the past, both of whom were there. We have this from Reese Gorman. And I'm run through several of these for a reason. I'm cognizant of duplicating testimony, right? In a courtroom, once the judge thinks, hey, you're just putting on people to say the same thing, the judge will kind of knock it off eventually. But they'll usually let you put on 2 or 3 people. So I'm putting on 2 or 3 people. We're going to handle this like a courtroom. This next one is Reese Gorman. He is a politics reporter. Here is what he had to say. I was talking with a GOP lawmaker at the White House Correspondence Dinner last night after the shooting, who was appalled at the lack of security entering the Washington Hilton. There were 0 magnetometer or security checkpoints probably prior to entering the Washington Hilton. All you had to do to get in was flash a ticket or a screenshot of an email. No actual inspection of what you showed anyone. In my case, they didn't even check my phone or ticket to let me through because I was with someone who had already flashed their ticket. You didn't reach your first and only security checkpoint until you went down the escalator and were right outside the ballroom. No IDs were checked. There's significantly more security at some Trump rallies I've been to. At this dinner had the president, VP, and speaker in attendance. So we have lots of comments, and I could put up 50 or 100 of these. Lots of people in attendance were looking at this saying, this security is not right. Now we have the other side. So the judge is going to let me put on my 2 or 3 people to say that the security was lax. The other side's going to come on and say, oh, but have you heard from these people? We have credible people here, Mr. Barron. People like Wolf Blitzer. Wolf. We have a guy named Wolf. We're going to take him at his word. He's named after a canine, as a matter. But here is what Wolf Blitzer had to say. He sees it differently, believe it or not. I've attended 30 White House Correspondence Dinners. The security measures for tonight's event were unbelievable. In all the years I've come to the Washington Hilton to cover this event or other major event, I have never seen such intense security. I don't know if there was any indication that such an event would occur or not, but I do know the security forces had probably reinforced themselves to deal with something, and in the end, something did happen. I could play the video, but that's basically what he says. Weird, right? We've got some industry veterans who walk in and say, all I did was waltz right in. No one even checked an ID. They didn't look at my ticket. It's just like, come this way, sir, and in you go. Then you have Wolf Blitzers like, man, they were loaded for bear. They weren't letting anybody in. That was intense. Some of the most intense of all time, as a matter of fact. That's Wolf Blitzer, a longtime correspondent or host or whatever you call him at CNN. Then we have Sam Stein from MSNBC. Sam Stein says the White House Correspondents Association dinner is one of the most guarded and secure dinners of the entire year. Multiple security screenings at multiple levels of the hotel. Shocked a gun could even get close.
Okay. So the thing.
And what do I make of that?
Here.
We've got some people saying the security was a joke. You walked right up to the ballroom, you could see the president, and you hadn't even gone into magnetometer yet. And then you have some people saying, most intense security I've ever seen. Multiple levels. Looked like it was enhanced from previous years. I make this. I think in an event like this, everybody starts going into a defensive posture. Think about who Wolf Blitzer is and all the years of experience he has in Washington, D.C., all the people in context he has. When you're a reporter, you don't just talk to the president, to the vice president. They come and go. You make your bread and butter, your money off the staff. You make your bread and butter, you make your money off of the people who stay year in and year out. So if there's a White House chef and he's there for 30 years, he's more valuable to you as a reporter than a good relationship with the president because the president may be gone in 4 years.
Yeah.
But that White House cook, he'll be there for decades.
Yeah.
Same thing with Secret Service, Capitol Police. You want to know what's really going on behind the scenes in Washington, those are your people. So I look at this and say...
And the staffers. See, people are not understanding. And oh, God, somebody said to me, vote. Everybody got to vote. No, so you get this injection of money into the voting process. But it's snot-nosed brats who just graduated from college, who don't care about sleeping with the boss or not. I mean... what was it? The Ides of March, I think there's a film about that, with George Clooney. Or no, it's not, excuse me, not George Clooney. Well, one of those gangs, I forget. But, or maybe he did, yeah, I think he did play in that. So, anyway, these staffers get their foot in the door on Capitol Hill. Now, George Santos, in an interview with Tucker Carlson, talked about this problem that, I mean, it's not just the elected officials being owned by the donors who have given them their money for their campaigns, but it's also the staffers who they're permanent They're not elected officials. Once they get in there, they make their bones in the Republican or the Democratic Party, then they're there. And they're here for their career. Now, a couple of them may leave town, some may not like it or whatever, but you have this continual bureaucratic class of 10%ers, and then they'll get their MBAs, PhDs. When they come, they may just be an intern, with just a bachelor's. But, the Monica Lewinskys, the Meghan McCain's, there's the Boggs family from Louisiana, Senator Johnston, who I work for. You kind of have two type of elected officials. They come and the family stays and they become part of the swamp, or they go back to the state and then they cash in on the name of, having been a congressman or a senator. So you have those, and those staffers, their interest is that the GDP and Washington economy and labor markets keep growing and growing and growing with a bunch of seat-warming white-collar criminals. And in the private and public sector, and they'll move between them. So they'll work at, government agencies, then they maybe go to, their elected official gets voted out of office. Well, maybe they'll go into the private sector, consulting, one of the law firms, something. But, they become part of this swamp, which the journalist, you don't want to rock the boat enough that you tip the boat over. You want them to rock the boat enough so that everybody's screaming and yelling, and you make lots of noise, and they think that they might tip over. So you're entertaining the public, and you're keeping the people destabilized enough so that they're afraid that they might get targeted by some journalist for hire. So, this is how this protection racket and fear maintains itself.
Kennedy doesn't have sources in the White House. She's not a reporter. She's a commentator. She doesn't have sources in law enforcement and the Secret Service and all this. She gets paid to trot out there and just kind of give her opinion on what the news is of the day. So she's not interested in protecting anybody. Wolf Blitzer has been a mainstay in political reporting for decades. Wolf Blitzer probably has friends on Secret Service, probably has friends in Capitol Police, might have friends at the Washington Hilton lobby on their security team. And I think he was lying. I think he was going into protection mode, protecting his friends, protecting his sources. I've got your back. Don't worry about it. I know a lot of people are out there saying some bad things about you guys right now, but I'll take care of you. And for better or worse, even though nobody watches him, even though his ratings are terrible and have been for a decade or more, when Wolf Blitzer talks, it has an effect. People pay attention, particularly on something like this. And so I think we can conclude by looking at all this that the security probably was pretty terrible. It probably was as lax as all the people. If you line it up, you have hundreds of people on Twitter saying the security was terrible. I just showed you a few. And you have very few people saying the security was great, but those people all fit into one class, one category. Longtime Washington reporters with deep contacts in the institutions themselves.
Yep.
Not just with the people. They're not just commentators. These are people who break news by having good relationships with the staff at these various institutions. So I say all that to say disregard Wolf on this. Let's just assume that everyone else is telling the truth and Wolf is not. His name's Wolf, after all, guys. Let's not let that get lost. He's Wolf.
Okay.
But I apparently was in the deep minority of people who were not concerned about Trump's ballroom, because these were the tweets we got. Andrew Colvette. This is why President Trump needs to build the White House ballroom.
This is too funny. Okay.
But I apparently...
No, hold on. Oh, gosh. Wait.
It's an act of war. It might not be hostile foreign actors, but it's an act of war. You don't kill the commander-in-chief if you're not hell-bent on causing a real problem with the United States. So if you're targeting the commander-in-chief, there were a lot of emotions I had. And I'm particularly frustrated with Donald Trump right now, but I still had that welling up of emotions inside of my soul. Then I thought about a lot of things. I thought about the Secret Service response in the moment. Was it adequate? It didn't look adequate to me. I thought about the guests what must they have experienced? How much they have processed this? You know what? It never crossed my mind. It didn't dawn on me to think about. The stupid ballroom Trump is trying to get built. Apparently, a federal judge has put the kibosh on that for now. It's all being on pause. But I apparently was in the deep, deep minority of people who were not concerned about Trump's ballroom, because these were the tweets we got. Andrew Colvette. This is why President Trump needs to build the White House ballroom. Libs of TikTok. This is why we need Trump's ballroom. Jack Posobiec. This is why thank God President Trump is building a ballroom at the White House. End wokeness. Now you know why the left is suing to block President Trump's privately funded White House ballroom. Wall Street Mab. We need the White House ballroom. Meghan McCain. I don't want to hear one more blanking criticism of Trump's new ballroom at the White House. On and on. Cernovich. Democrat judges who stopped the construction of the White House ballroom did so to enable an assassination of Trump, which almost happened tonight. John Roberts needs to get these thugs into order. Everyone sees what they're trying to do. Tom Fitton. Perhaps the most well-built man in politics. Dude is massive. Tonight is one more reason for the new White House Trump ballroom. Buzz Patterson. White House ballroom is looking better and better. Nick Adams. Build the White House ballroom now. Randy Fine. I don't know how he types with his gigantic portly figure, but we'd be better again. We better never again hear a peep from anyone complaining about the White House ballroom. And then Brylan Hollyhand had to weigh in. Brylan Hollyhand, of all people. He had to be heard about the ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. When Democrats don't get their way, they get dangerous. Build the White House ballroom ASAP. I'm Brylan Hollyhand, and I approve this message. That was Brylan Hollyhand. I had to read it in his voice. I needed to get you to understand what it sounded like. What a weird set of tweets. What a truly weird set of tweets. For multiple reasons. First, let's talk about the practicality. It's one of the reasons I wanted to give you the history of the White House Correspondence Association dinner, the nature of the organization, and what it represents. The White House Correspondence Association dinner is not the president. The president is not a member. This is about members of the press that cover the president. Therefore, would they even have an event like this at the White House? Keep in mind, President Trump did not attend for years, strongly encouraged members of his administration not to attend, threatened reporters to not to attend, and a lot of them canceled because they didn't want to get on his bad list.
Yeah.
So what?
If you had a White House, if you had a ballroom at the White House, this still wouldn't be held there. I mean, unless he invited them, but like that, then he's going to start inviting all of them? No.
Difference does it make if they build a White House ballroom? Yeah. The likelihood is this event wouldn't have been there anyway. This is a private organization. Like, are the Boy Scouts of America going to have their annual meeting at the White House ballroom?
Yeah.
Is everywhere the president goes in public going to be at the White House ballroom? Is he never going to leave 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue ever again? He's never going to give a speech in a park. He's never going to go to a dedication. He's never going to lay a memorial wreath on a historic holiday. He's never going to give a speech in public. Every single thing he's going to do is going to be at the White House ballroom. Because if the answer to that question is no, if everything he's going to do is not going to be at the White House ballroom, why in the hell are we talking about the White House ballroom? This event has been held at the Washington Hilton largely without incident for 70 years. What a stupid talking point. But it raises the question of why do they all nearly simultaneously tweet out nearly the identical talking point? Well, a couple reasons. One, they probably have some sort of a listserv that goes around. You remember the Journo list scandal? This is probably 30 years ago. You guys may be too young. Some of you may be too young, or some of you weren't paying attention to miss that. The Journo list scandal was an email listserv that gave the press their talking points every morning, and they went out and they all wrote basically the same article, and it gave this idea they could create real momentum on almost any story they wanted with the press of a button. Well, they have those today. They survive. They're just group me chats, they're group texts, they're Telegram groups, they're all kinds of things. And all these people want to be on the inside of it. Because there's nothing that feels better to these nerds than being on the inside of the Washington, D.C. political operation. That's why they all are dying to be at an event like this. They love this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. This is precisely also the point that I made to the police officer. I was like, you know what? Is get everybody that's in that ballroom and take them over to prison. They need to all be locked up for one reason or another. It's all part of a racket.
They get their worth, not based on their relationship with God, not based on their relationship with their family, not based on what they do for the community, not based on the quality of their work. They get their worth on, are they invited to cool parties? Are they on group?
Totally. This is exactly.
Are they on cool group chats?
Exactly.
Do they have famous friends? You remember this was one of the knocks on Candace Owens not terribly long ago. Oh yeah, well, who are her friends? Well, she's got a lot of friends. Yeah, but they're not famous. Oh, okay. So what are you talking about? Who cares? Who cares? The reality is those people aren't your friends either.
Because unless you have famous friends And, you know, nobody's going to care about you. And but the problem is what I've been showing for the past 20 years. You can have all the famous friends that you want, but if you want to make any unpleasantness, oh, they're fair weather friends. I mean, Candace found this out. You know, this is common knowledge. I mean, Bobby Kennedy even says about his mother, Ethel, she saw everybody as friend or foe, and fair weather friends. I mean, when Ann Woodward, the Capote Swan Ann Woodward, killed her husband, it was covered up by the local police of Long Island, at the instructions of her mother-in-law, who didn't want a scandal and any unpleasantness. See, it's all of the scandals and unpleasantness have been, it's a pressure cooker. Everybody just keeps on covering it up.
Either. You say one wrong thing and you're out of the group. They turn on you in a heartbeat. They demonize you.
Oh, yeah.
How do I know that? Candace Owens. They loved her a few years ago when she was towing the company.
Look what happened to Ann Woodward when Cote Basque and Truman Capote let the cat out of the bag and said, oh no, Ann Woodward killed her husband. Worst kept secret on Long Island.
Line. When she was working for TPUSA and PragerU and Horowitz, they loved her. And Daily Wire, they couldn't get enough Candace Owens. She's the future. She's a leader. She's got integrity. She's honest. These tweets are all still up. You can go look at them. Just search any tweet about her from these people from like 2017 to 2020. They thought she could do no wrong. She was the future of the Republican Party. But they weren't her friends. They would have told you they were at the time, but they weren't her friends. She may have gotten some self-worth out of her admission to such an elite group. But I think now she realizes they'll turn on you in a second. They hate you. Your worth to them is only, are you willing to put out a tweet about the ballroom within an hour of this event ending? Because that, my friends, is the measure of, are you on the team? And to the extent you're on the team, we'll let you stay in the group chat. We'll invite you to our parties. We'll talk to you on the phone.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. I mean, the ballroom stuff, that's chicken feed. The stuff that's in the Epstein files, that's what I've been pointing my finger at and saying all of these people are involved. Okay, the cannibalism I didn't know about. God. I mean, the other stuff was bad enough to get people to react and go, oh my God. I mean, when I went through the courts in Spain, I mean, I was horrified. I'd never been to in a courtroom in my life. What kind of crap? My lawyers, the judges, everybody. I was like, you people, you call yourself a democracy? You got a constitution. They didn't use it for toilet paper. And this is a global problem. The lawyers and the judges don't have any freaking idea what they're doing.
That's what you see there. That was one of the two major operations from last night. There were two major operations last night. One was Operation Ballroom. President wants a ballroom. Someone on his staff probably thought in the heat of this, man, if we'd have done this at the White House ballroom, if they would have let us build it, we'd have had an event like this there, this would have happened because we'd had completely controlled access.
Okay, we're gonna go because it's a little bit more than that. Okay. Oh, here.
So now let's go to the second operation tonight. So Operation 1 was Operation Ballroom. Then there was Operation 2. This picture came out shortly before the event. And the only thing I'll say about it is she looks stunning. This is Erica Francevay, masquerading as Miss Erica Kirk, holding a clutch bag upside down. I don't know if you noticed that, but she is. Shining bright tonight, says Fox News. So wonderful to have the incredible Mrs. Erica Kirk and Lawrence B. Jones 3 this evening. Heart emoji, star eye emoji, Fox News VIP cocktail party, White House Correspondence Dinner. So this is at one of the ballrooms there at the Washington Hilton. And this is the Fox News event. And she looks lovely. That's all I can say. There's nothing else to say about this. And in fact, I think they put this out as a trap to try to get people to say anything negative about this. This was the setup for the night. Here's a picture of Erica Kirk looking decidedly beautiful, honestly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with her in this picture. But they know that some people can't resist the bait. They know that some people, every time they see a picture of Erica Kirk, they see Drewski. They see glitter. They see fireworks. And she's smiling. And they know that many of us are still very moved by the death of her husband. And so you put a picture of her without being over the top. All we see is Drewski. We see her smiling. And there's going to be some people that just can't avoid it. They're going to take the bait and they're going to attack this picture. The fact that she's in a picture with a man, even more opportunity for attack. Oh, she's already moved on, I see. I saw it all last night, ladies and gentlemen. Even though I warned people, don't fall for it. Just compliment her and move on. Or leave it alone. Either way. Those are the only two reactions. Either scroll or say, she looks great. And then scroll. Those are the only two acceptable options. Don't fall into the traps. This was a trap. So that was the first time we saw her last night. And then, as you know, we saw the ballroom get locked down. So that picture was before the event. Then we see this image. We see the ballroom getting locked down. This was I think local Fox coverage, not Big Fox. I mean, Big Fox, not Fox News. But this is some coverage here of that.
They were in the middle of dinner when a security situation unfolded.
And you can see it's locked down. I'm not going to play the whole video, but there's armed men with black rifles, right? And there's a guy, this is my favorite part of this image. There's a guy like, he's got his gun mounted on the table. I mean, this is serious business here, guys. If you've ever been in a room where people are pointing rifles at you, it's a little unnerving. It's a little unnerving. I don't know how it can't be a little unnerving. So everything's locked down. And then we get this video. In this video, I have tracked down, I believe, the original source of this video. It's a woman named Sarah Sidner from CBS News. Let me squeeze it in a little bit to make it as big as possible. You guys, if you've not already seen this video, you need to see this video. But this is Erica Kirk being ushered away after the event. It's a 10 or 12 second video. And she says, I just want to go home. That's her quote. So she's got a distressed look on her face. She's being escorted by two men, one with a beard, one with, for lack of a better phrase, a crustache. And she's being escorted out of the room at a time, though, I believe, when the rest of the place was locked down. That's why I showed you the lockdown. Those people in the ballroom weren't allowed to leave. They shut the room. They shut the doors. They locked it down and said, nobody can leave. Sorry. Serious business. And that lockdown lasted about 90 minutes. 75, 80, maybe 90 minutes. The building was completely locked down. The shooting happened at 8:35. The first reports I saw...
The building wasn't locked down because we saw that girl. So
all that the doors had been reopened was close to 10 o'clock. So it's almost 90 minutes. Eastern time.
So that's...
And so the more I watched this, that's why I wanted to track down who did this. Because not only did Erica get out of the ballroom to get escorted out, but whoever recorded this also got out. And that was weird to me. Because
yeah, so I'm not sure about that. So pray for Erica.
Master Simp Graham Allen. You can hear Erica say, I just want to go home. Pray for her. Pray for her children. How much horror should one woman have to be?
Okay, so let's...
You know, for most people, that would be bad. You don't want that. There's no requirement that TPUSA succeed. Like, I can still vote for Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians.
Okay, I think that was good. Yeah. Okay, so what I wanted to get into next. Before we get to Elizabeth April here, let's do this. Diane Wells. Oops. Come on. I want to give me. I want to open. All right. Here we go. Where's my. Sorry. Where is, oh, here it is, sorry.
It's brunch, and then I ran home and changed and finished getting ready before going to meet up with friends to take pictures before the event. It really is nerd prom. Then we headed to the Hilton and had to walk the last block because the streets around the hotel are always closed to cars around the dinner. When we got to the perimeter of the hotel, we had to show either an invitation to the dinner or an email or a screenshot of an invite to one of the pre-parties, but we didn't have to show any form of ID or have our bags checked or go through any mags. Inside the hotel, outlets hold various pre-parties for the event. These are invite only, and it's a mix of journalists and flacks and politicians and elected officials and an occasional celebrity. I went to 2. My name was checked at the door, but again, you didn't have to go through any further security to get into these. Everyone takes a bunch of pictures and gets some drinks before heading into the dinner or going to whatever other event you're going to, which in my case this year was the Substack event for new media. Here, my ID was checked, and I did go through a metal detector, and I got
See all of these parties.
into the party at exactly 8:30. I ran into a friend and made a beeline to grab some food. We took a quick photo with the butter cow. All of that took less than 5 minutes, during which time I was not looking at my phone.
This is all paid by the lobbyist. The butter cow.
Then I rounded the corner and went to say hi to Aaron Parnas, who actually broke the news to me by recording in real life one of his breaking news videos that something was awry at the dinner. I immediately started texting friends and colleagues in the ballroom to try to make sure that they were okay and safe. Soon after, the Substack CEO announced what had happened to attendees and said that because of Secret Service in the party's location right across the street from the White House, we were on lockdown and not allowed in or out. More reporters sprung into action, while some creators found quiet corners to record videos and update their followers. Well, a lot of others...
You see that guy, that cowboy walking around with... So we got a cowboy scene.
Just kind of proceeded partying as normal, which kind of created an odd dissonance in the room. Then President Trump announced that he would be having a press conference in the briefing
I'm not sure where this was
room in 30 minutes, and I realized that I was the Post reporter with a hard pass closest to the White House because everyone else had been at the dinner. In a particularly odd moment, I had to negotiate with a bunch of party staffers who were dressed as cowboys to get them to let me down to the bottom of the stairs at the entrance, from where we could see Vice President Vance's motorcade return to the White House, as well as other members of the cabinet. As soon as Secret Service opened the streets back up to pedestrians, myself and another reporter with a hard pass took off running across the street to get into the complex. We're going to the briefing room.
Good, and then you're good.
Thank you.
Well, maybe it was at the Substack was at the Trump Tower, because that's not too far. It's a little bit of a walk because that's Penn Quarter, but I don't know where else. I don't think that was the Willard.
This entire time, I was freaking out because I couldn't remember what my PIN was, which you need to get into the White House, as well as your hard pass. And thankfully, I remembered it when we got there, but was worried about that. We ended up getting to the gates right as the pool vans pulled inside, which are the reporters who are traveling with the president, and we were the first in after them. As I got to the gate, there were a bunch of reporters appearing from different sides of the building, all running to the same entrance and through security now that the streets were finally open.
Just got to the White House. Closest Post reporter here with a hard pass. And we are running over from our party, and I don't even have my shoes on yet because that is the situation we are operating in.
Made it in. Everyone was frantically preparing to get up on air and reporting out in advance of this press conference. Then more reporters started trickling in. We are now waiting.
Caitlin Collins. I don't know. This is like a Melania Trump type of thing. They got the top. I don't know what's going on in front of the boobs there. These dresses.
For the president. One of my colleagues who covers the White House arrived, so I gave her the Post seat and moved back right before Trump and members of the cabinet arrived.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement.
In addition to all of the cabinet officials and vice president, the First Lady was also in the press briefing room, which is very unusual. Trump then took questions. I wasn't called on, but tried to get one in. Then it was over, and I checked in with some friends who had been at the dinner and then made it to the White House to see how they were doing.
Leaving the White House after a very unexpected evening.
Had to trek out of the perimeter to get an Uber, and then went to one of the after parties for the evening, hosted by MS Now. Very weird vibes. I was very curious to see what the scene would be like, and was planning to meet some friends there to debrief. This was definitely not your normal correspondence weekend after parties. It was very weird vibes.
This, I'm not sure. There's underneath DuPont Circle, there's like this underground. I'm not sure of this one. It's a new place that was just opening, a party scene, you know.
although the event staff was wonderful and they were clearly doing their best to make sure everyone had a good time. The same was true at the Swiss ambassador's residence for the annual Time after party, which is normally
See, the French embassy had one, the Swiss embassy
packed and overflowing with a huge line, but this year was relatively empty. I was exhausted, so left and went home around 3 a.m. All in all, a crazy weekend and a reminder that no 2 days are ever the same.
See, the partying goes on till 3 a.m. and there's like all of these after parties all over the city.
As a reporter. This is how I ended up in the briefing room for the president's first remarks after the shooting at the White House Correspondence Dinner. My day started super normally at the
the
API Correspondence Brunch, and then I ran home and changed.
See, it starts with a brunch and goes all the way until 3 o'clock in the morning. That's all anybody does. Okay, so now we're going to see Leibovich.
People now come here to get rich. 20 years ago, theoretically, this was a city built on public service.
Hi, I'm Nick Gillespie with Reason TV, and today we are talking with Mark Leibovich. He is the author of the controversial and highly publicized book, This Town, Two Parties and a Funeral, plus plenty of valet parking in America's gilded capital. Mark, thanks for talking to us.
Nick, good to be here.
Okay, you are at the New York Times Magazine. You've been a Washington Post reporter, San Jose Mercury News. You have covered this town for a long time.
This town.
And there's certainly a lot in this book for a Washington hater to grab onto. I mean, Tim Russich's funeral is like a scene from Fellini. But it is easy to come away thinking that you love this town.
I don't love this town. I've been looking for an excuse to live elsewhere for many years.
Okay, Tim Russ said, I won't go into Tim Russ, but Tim Russ, it's like one of these big wig journalists from, obviously he's dead, so from a long time ago,
The fact is,
but the old guard, this old structure, as they say, like a Fellini movie.
Job is here, my wife's job is here, our kids are here, our life is here, our schools are here.
I'm pretty sure if you move, the kids will follow.
Yeah, I don't know
the
if the
wife
wife
maybe
will,
not.
and that could be interesting. No, I mean, look, it's a nice place to raise a family, very pleasant, and we're all very lucky in our employment. So.
Who are the status brokers?
Nice place to raise a family if you have a 6-figure salary, like Mark Leibovich. Hold on. What does his wife do? But it's all one 6-figure salary is enough. You gotta have two, and it's never enough. Not sure who his wife is. Okay. Okay, Meredith Cole Brenner. I'm not sure. But I'm sure, I don't know if she's into journalism, but it looks like, a doctor. Family medicine. Okay? So, definitely 2 6-figure salary.
In D.C. currently. Who are the people? Because in a lot of ways, it's
income families. Ed Martin, his wife is also a doctor. Now, my father was a physician, and in fact, he was a famous doctor. And I do have standing within the medical community about the problems in the healthcare profession in this city or in this country because of my father and his work. But the medical community is just as greedy and corrupt as the legal community.
It's about cocktail parties. It's about who gets the valet.
And the journalists. For example, my younger sister, she's bitching and bitching. She has reason to bitch. She had her foot operated on, not life-threatening, I guess bunions or something, while the doctor really screwed up her foot, and she almost had to have it amputated. She lives in Colorado. She can't ski anymore. But apparently the doctor, he's protected by the legal community that's corrupt, and this is Colorado. She's like, it's all the Mormons. It's all the fault of the Mormons. But I'm like, and she's like, yeah, this country, the healthcare system has gone to shit. I mean, all she does is bitch. She's celebrity chef to the stars. I'm like, yeah, see, all of these celebrity chefs, all they want to do is cash in just like everybody else.
Smell like parking slot. Right. Who shows up at Tim Russerd's funeral? Who are the big status players right now?
I mean, first of all, I think the major point of the book is that government and Washington and the whole entourage of Washington has gotten so big that really the barriers to entry in the status game have sort of fallen through the floor. And anyone, without facial warts can go on cable and be called a strategist, and all of a sudden you're doing paid speeches and so forth. So, I mean, I guess one person I focus on is Bob Barnett, who's a lawyer in town, represents Democrats, Republicans, broadcast journalists. I mean, he calls himself the doorman of the revolving door, which is pretty interesting. He doesn't say.
And give us names of some of his clients.
Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, George W. Bush, Laura Bush, Dick Cheney, Sarah Palin, and the Clintons. And he represents everyone.
We talk about what is the connection between status and power, and are people in D.C. are they after status or are they after power?
I don't know, some combination of both. I mean, certainly, increasingly they're after money. I mean, Washington is the wealthiest community in the United States right now. It's home to 7 of the wealthiest 10 counties in the United States. And
reason we chart that with alarm.
As I imagine you should. I think most people should. And I think, obviously a big part of this is the growth of government, but a lot of it is the derivative sectors around the growth of government, whether it's lobbying, any number of consulting things. And look, I mean, I think one of the biggest changes here over the last couple of decades is that people now come here to get rich. 20 years ago, theoretically, this was a city built on public service. I think it's been given over to self-service and sort of feeding it a much broader trough.
Are people in Washington the people who actually make the big differences in everyday life? And are the people who are seeking status here, are they the ones who are creating the context for the invasion of Syria? Are they the ones who are telling the NSA, start looking at everything we're doing? Or, is this where it all happens? And then how does that feed back into the kind of spectacular carnival?
Right. I mean, that's a great point. I mean, I think, first of all, I tried not to focus too much on the trivial players. I mean, some might say that, okay, I focus on a party host here and an agent here, and everyone's sort of operating, and that's, they're really not known to people. But I think ultimately it begins with the government. I mean, when you have someone like Tom Daschle, who's one of the most powerful Democrats in Washington, leaves the Senate, voted out of the Senate, is now one of the most powerful corporate consultants. He would never call himself a lobbyist or a strategic consultant, whatever he calls himself. Still obviously talks to his former Senate colleagues every day.
And now he could not become the Secretary of Health and Human Services, though, right?
He had some tax problems.
So what, and he obviously, he realized that his compensation actually included what he was being paid, not just what he decided to declare.
Yeah, there was a limo there.
But, so is that a sign that he's very powerful, or is it a sign that actually these people want to believe that they're powerful, but they're being dictated to?
Great distinction. I mean, first of all, these people want to believe they're powerful, but more importantly, people want to believe that they're powerful, and they hire them. I mean, we're talking about billions in corporate, in trade, in government money that is going to ultimately support a sector. I mean, I guess the term I would use, Tom Coburn, who's one of the characters in this book.
One of the heroes,
I like to think so. I love talking to Tom Coburn. I think Tom Coburn has a great view of what the big picture here is, and his word for it is the permanent feudal class of Washington, D.C. And I think it's a great way of putting it. It's just this sprawling. I mean, he says, he talks about parasitisms, and he compares it to the intestines, and he's a doctor, so he gets all colorful.
And he's famous for giving a slide.
Yeah, a permanent feudal class. That's what we've got.
Show a PowerPoint presentation of STDs to DC interns, so he can really go with.
Subtlety has never been one of his things, but Dr. Coburn, Senator Coburn, is someone who I think has really named this in a way that I was very, very taken by.
Do you think Coburn is he exemplary in the sense that he's somebody who has definite principles? He's willing to negotiate on things that aren't central, or even that he where he can get more good than bad. Is he typical of politicians in that he has principles so he can negotiate, or do most of the people in Congress and most of the people around them is it that they don't have core principles, and as a result they really can't negotiate, or they will always cut a deal, or they will never cut a deal?
It's obviously case by case, but I do think that, in Senator Coburn's case, he began, I think he will always be known as a very principled guy. A lot of people credit him as being the father of the Tea Party, ultimately. Right. But look, he's actually quite independent. He has a friendship with Barack Obama that seems pretty genuine.
This is 12 years ago. I was just looking at this. Oh, come on. Okay. Sorry, it's freezing up on me. So this has been going rather long, and I still want to let's get to Elizabeth April first, and then I'll finish with my good friend, Piers Morgan.
All right, here's what you need to know about the most recent Trump assassination on April 25th from a remote viewer. Now, I'm going to tell you right now that, trigger warning, this is going to piss a lot of people off, but as always, I'm not here to make friends, and I'm definitely not here to tell you what you want to hear. I am bipartisan, I'm a Canadian, I really don't care about politics, I don't even believe in voting, so that's just my stance. So when I remote viewed this situation, I saw the moment that it happened. I went into the building, I saw the shooter, I saw people chasing after him, I heard the shots, I saw everyone being very frantic and running around. But, I mean, you can't really get much else as a remote viewer from the actual scene. What I had to do instead was I had to backtrack and go to the moment that this plan was created. Surprise, surprise, I did not end up in this guy's living room as he's planning out an assassination attempt. Instead, I ended up in a boardroom meeting, a very secure boardroom meeting with about 15 men in suits, and there was only one face that I recognized pretty clearly. Yes, that's right. I saw Donald Trump in this meeting getting briefed on this plan. A plan to stage an attempted assassination. Now, although it wasn't his idea to begin with, it was definitely coming from his team. Now, obviously my first question is why? Like, why would you do this to yourself? And there were many reasons that I saw them discussing. One of the main ones was to rally more support. It seemed like support was waning a little bit, and they felt like that first shooting in 2024 really rallied support around Trump. Even though they were not a part of that first shooting, they felt like they could maybe create the same energy, I guess, as that and bring their people together around a common cause, which is Trump. There were many other reasons as well that they were talking about. One of the other main reasons was to gain access to more financial support and more acceptance around certain projects that they had going on. So it's almost like maybe the fear around Trump losing his life or that people are after him creates sort of this need to support him a little bit more. That's what I saw. Now, there was a lot more that I saw. I saw a lot around this guy named Cole Allen, the actual shooter. How did they even contact him? How did they bring him in? Was he a part of it? You know, what's all of that about? But then also I saw a much bigger plan behind this. If you want to know more, go to my YouTube channel right now, Elizabeth April, and check out the whole video. It's called The Truth About the Trump Shooting. And if you want to know more about Trump, head on over to my website, elizabethapril.com, and just type in Trump in the search, and you will find all of the videos right there. Comment below your thoughts.
Okay. So, yeah, it's very interesting. I know. I mean, as if, you know, Baron Coleman, he finds all of this evil and these are demonic, and Dee got a podcast, apparently, the Christians. I'm like, wait a second, you guys. I mean, you're talking about a spiritual world as well. I mean, if I'm going to examine something, I got to look at all sides. So anyway, still one of the projects on looking at all of this, which I mean, I need a clear head for that one, is just to read through the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, because, yeah, if I'm going to start debating these people on these different documents, I guess I should read them. No? I know that's like... I do remember in high school, oh no, when it got to Shakespeare, I was like, no, I'm reading the Cliff Notes. Could somebody teach them to speak English? King Charles said that we share lots in common except our language. And, well, yeah, Old English, I don't think y'all understand that either. So anyway, I digress. So
Jake Tapper, I understand.
Hold on.
You said...
This, you know, Pierce Morgan is always...
Yeah, Carrie...
He's one of these people who confuses arguing with debating. You don't have to be argumentative when you're debating. You can remain respectful and not scream at each other.
Lake joins me. Carrie, welcome back to Uncensored. You were at the White House Correspondence Dinner. When was the first you realized that something serious was happening?
Well, we had just finished our salads, and the staff at the Hilton started to bring around the table trays, and they were setting them up, at each table. And we heard some loud noises, and I just assumed it was, this room full of 2,500 people and a lot of wait staff dropping things, or potentially the sound of dishes, etc. And I was sitting next to Chris Ruddy, and he said, "Get down."
Yeah, because you have to understand, that ballroom is huge, and you've got 2,000 people in there. So, if everybody's having dinner talking, it's going to get noisy.
It's gunshots. And I said, "What?" I looked at him like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Gunshots." He said, "Yeah, that was gunfire." And we all just ducked down in our chairs. We didn't hit the floor. At first, I just didn't believe it, because it's just such a surreal thing. You're in a situation like that, and it doesn't feel real. But I looked up, I popped my head up and looked around, and I saw tons of security just popping up from individual tables, men with weapons and a lot of weaponry jumping up and then running toward members.
Popping up from individual tables? Oh my Lord. They have them hiding under. I'm sorry. I'm just imagining the scene of sitting there, all of these people in their gala dinner dresses and all. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a little morbid, but yeah. Boom! All of a sudden, you got all of the military. I mean, really, it is a scene from a movie, a Hollywood movie. No.
Members of the cabinet, obviously escorting the president off the stage, which we were happy that he got safely off the stage. So the Secret Service did do their job in getting all of the cabinet members and the vice president and the president off the stage. But the thing I noticed, Pierce, that was so shocking is upon entering the Hilton, they didn't even inspect our tickets. They just said, "Do you have a ticket?" I opened up my purse, and the back of my ticket was showing, which was just a blank card.
Yeah,
and
where did all of these military guys all of a sudden come from? Because you're going to have, like, suits, secret police, or, but they're going to be in suits. No military walking around in the middle of the Hilton. Like outside, yeah, you got all of your, you got all the time National Guard kids walking all over the place. So where did all of these military people come from so sudden?
That was good enough for them to nod me in. I never had to show my passport or identification. And right when you walked in the door was where the red carpet was. That's where members of the cabinet were doing interviews, and on the red carpet. Literally anybody off the street could have probably walked in very easily and had access to some very important members of the administration.
Well, and in a way, even worse, this guy had got a train from California to Washington and then just calmly booked himself into one of the Hilton hotel rooms where nobody had checked the fact that he was armed to the teeth. He had 2 guns on him when he made his attack. He had knives on him and so on. And he was even able, in his twisted manifesto, as I referenced earlier, to openly taunt the Secret Service. So much as I would give credit to the Secret Service for what they did once he made the attack in stopping him reaching the ballroom, the reality is he should never have been able to get as far as he did in the first place, armed in the way that he was. And I just find it incredible that when you have a president as controversial as Donald Trump, and where it's obvious a lot of people hate him as much as like him, after 2 attempts on his life, one in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he got hit, and one on the golf course where I think it was miraculous that he didn't get killed that day either. The fact that this guy was able just to calmly book himself into a room on the Friday, the day before, and no one's checking that he is a potential attacker with loads of weapons, I find that just incredible.
Well, I mean, they needed to have better security getting into the ballroom. I mean, that metal detector was 1 floor up, but all that shooter had to do was run down a flight of stairs, and right at the bottom of the stairs are the doors that open up to the ballroom. I mean, it's astonishing and frightening how close he was able to get to a room full of people who are administration officials, including the most powerful person in the world, President Donald J. Trump. So many things went wrong. I don't know if it's the hotel's fault. I don't know how the security was handled, but I'm just telling you that I was able to get in. Nobody ever asked for an ID. No one ever inspected a ticket. There was 1 metal detector, and something's got to change. And thank God the president is safe. I, for one, and I feel like they can speak for the American people.
Something's got to change. Yeah, well, like maybe that we stop having so many shooters. instead of, oh, let's just put more security. I mean, this has been going on for escalating for my entire life. I mean, at some point, you gotta ask yourself, like, maybe this America great, there's something that's maybe not so great. What could that be? I mean, come on, you people. They're either drugged up on pharmaceuticals or illegal drugs, or just stupid.
People tired of the president being put in positions where people are trying to kill him. And I think that the media has to take some of the blame. 90% of the people in that ballroom, Pierce, are part of the mainstream media. And many of them despise the president and have pushed just hideous rhetoric over the past decade about President Trump. Remember,
and many of the American public despise those media people that were in the ballroom because they've been producing nothing but bullshit and propaganda for their entire careers and gaslighting the American public and
President Trump
paying lip service to advertisers and corporate greed.
Is a human being. He's a man that everybody loved before he got into politics. You mentioned he's controversial and that people hate him. Why do they hate him? It's because of a steady stream of negative lies that have been told about the president over the course of a decade by the majority, if not all, of the mainstream media. It's constant lies about this president. They have poisoned the minds of the American people and frankly people around the world. President Trump, when he was Donald Trump, entered into politics, a successful businessman, a beloved member of the American society. And the only reason people hate him, if they hate him now, it's because of the lies that the mainstream media has sown on this man.
I mean, when he first came out in 2015 and was going to run, and I mean, everybody's, oh, he's this great he's this great businessman. I'm like, yeah, bankruptcy businessman. I was like, everybody in New York knows what a shyster he is. This is who you're going to bring in to fix what is wrong with this country? I was like, this is a nouveau riche, wrong side of the track, wanting to cozy up to all the Manhattan Capote swans and become the new golden boy of Manhattan. That's what he did. And he left a wake of all sorts of shit behind him. This is bullshit. Let's continue. Okay.
Cannot push their hatred of President Trump aside and be honest brokers.
What do you mean by wash out? What would you want to see happen?
Fire them. Move on. Thank you. We're happy. Thank you for your service. You have shown and proved you cannot be an unbiased journalist. Thank you for your service. We're moving on and we're moving in a new direction. And you have to look beyond just the faces that you're seeing on television and the voices. You have to look at who's running the operation. When I worked in television, you got to look at the producers and the writers. We had a notorious producer at one of my previous jobs, radical leftist. And, that's the person who's deciding what stories go into a newscast. That's the person who oftentimes is writing and setting up the entire decision-making process on what stories are going into the newscast. So we've got to make sure that we have diversity in thought, not 95% radical leftists in the
diversity in thought. Oh, God. Come on. Anybody who pulls out the diversity bullshit is gaslighting you.
Newsroom, but people who have diversity when it comes to thoughts, ideas. Some of them have a conservative ideology. Some may have a more moderate ideology.
No diversity in thought is allowed. She's even saying, if you don't say this or that, we get rid of you. The woman's a hypocrite.
Ideology, and including some who maybe have a more liberal ideology. But we cannot continue to run newsrooms where 90 to 95% of the people in the newsroom are radical leftists.
interesting part of what you're saying is you actually had a direct confrontation with CNN's Jake Tapper, I understand. You said, I walked out right next to Jake Tapper, this is at the White House Correspondence Dinner, and looked him in the eye and I said, how dare you? You've caused so much division in this country pushing lies. We're not going to call it gaslighting anymore. You've lied to the people. How dare you do that? Why did you single out Jake Tapper, and how did he respond to this?
Well, I wouldn't call it a confrontation. I mean, confrontation implies that you're, almost picking a fight with somebody. We're walking out together. Remember, there were a lot of well-known figures in that room. I happened to be sitting at
That's not picking a fight.
table next to CNN, and before dinner started, I actually went over and I said, you guys need to up your game because you have put out the most ridiculous news. You can't even call it news. When I go to these events, just because I'm rubbing elbows with people,
You're not picking a fight?
people in the media and people that others know.
Don't get me wrong. I got a fight to pick with CNN, but I'm not going to bullshit anybody and say don't got a beef with you and I don't have a fight. Yeah, I got a beef and I want to see you in court because all of you all, it's the right and the left, it's all of them. Past 18 years, I haven't been with my sons. I mean, apart from my sons, my father, he passed away. I don't want all of this partying bullshit. I mean, I'm not an antisocial person, but all of this, kiss, 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 all of this superficial party, just is such a self-destructive and waste and just not even it's not even good for the people in it. It's just a waste of time, money, energy.
Know that are quote unquote famous. I don't have to lie and act like I like them. I think these people have acted in a despicable, unprofessional way. And when we were evacuating the building, I looked over and happened to see that I was right next to Jake Tapper. And as we were walking, I just said, you've been derelict in your duties. You've lied to the people. How do you live with yourself? These people need to be called out. Why would I walk out?
But Carrie, here's what I would say. Look, Jake's not here to defend himself. I'm sure he will on his own show, but they would argue, with some justification, that there's been a lot of lying going on from the political classes too. That they would say that President Trump is not always a guy who is 100% truthful in what he says, that many of the people that in his cabinet or his supporters often tell whoppers and lies to suit them. And that they are in
you can argue with the policy, Pierce. You can argue with the policy, but the media has a duty to be fair, and the media is calling him.
Right, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. But do politicians have a duty to tell the truth? If you want that from the media, I agree with you. Well, hang on. Let me finish my point. I do think they've been biased collectively against Trump. There's no question of that. But I also think that it's incumbent on both sides, isn't it, to strive to always tell the truth. Would you agree with that?
The media has been they failed so miserably in that. I mean, last night on 60 Minutes, Nora O'Connell, she starts reading from this violent, deranged lunatic's manifesto. She's reading the manifesto to the president, asking the president if he's a monster, if he's a pedophile. Well,
let's watch that clip.
That was one of the lowest forms of journalism I've ever seen. 60 Minutes is now.
Yeah, let's watch that clip because I have a view about that as well. Let's watch the clip.
So-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person.
Now, I thought that was incredibly disingenuous by Nora O'Donnell for two reasons. One, of course, she was inferring that this had been said about President Trump. She knew that, he knew that, and it was just a ridiculous game she was playing to try and feign innocence. Oh, you think he was talking about you? But secondly, I was trying to think, if that had been Obama or Biden or any of the Democrat presidents in particular, would she have read out these incredibly defamatory comments? And the truth is, I don't think she would have done. So there is one rule for Trump in their eyes and one for everybody else. So on that, I'm with you completely.
They didn't even have access to Obama. Obama barely ever did an interview with these people. Right. And when they did have a chance to ask him questions, and they asked questions of Joe Biden, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? I mean, this is, Pierce, there's no sugarcoating it. The mainstream media is completely shot. It's terrible. There's no recovering with these same cast of characters. They got to
right, but you haven't actually answered. Okay, but Carrie, you haven't actually answered my question, which is: does the same rule apply to the political class? Is it incumbent on you and President Trump and every member of the cabinet to also always tell the truth? You haven't
Naturally,
answered
I think people, Pierce, of course, I think people should tell the truth, and I think the president does. But the media is covering the president. The media has never covered a president the way they covered President Trump. They have tried to destroy this man's reputation. He's an incredible human being. He's fighting for our country. He didn't need any of this. And they have covered him in a way that is so disrespectful and so hurtful to the American people. It's tearing apart the American people, the work that the media has done. And I'm not going to give them 1 inch here. These people, many of them, are absolutely despicable human beings for the way they've handled their profession. They've destroyed the profession of journalism. And hopefully we can move some of these folks out and bring a fresh crop in, because we need people who actually understand what fairness is. And I don't believe Nora O'Connell has the ability to be a fair human being after that interview.
What did you make of President Obama's post on X, which has been widely criticized? Didn't mention Trump by name. And it started, although we don't yet have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondence Dinner, it's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. It's also a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice that US Secret Service agents show every day. I'm grateful to them and thankful that the agent who was shot is going to be okay. You know, again, noticeable that he didn't mention President Trump by name, and also that he claimed not to have any information about potential motive, when in fact, several hours before he posted that, we'd had all the contents of this twisted manifesto, which made it pretty clear what his motivation was.
Well, I'm not going to get into what, Obama was thinking. It's pretty sad that he couldn't, at least put a line in there that he's thankful that President Trump is safe. But I don't think he is. I think a lot of people in that room, sadly, it's a room full of, twisted so-called journalists who are radical. And I think some of them may have been rooting for the assailant in this case. That's how sick they are. And they have to take the blame for getting that guy in that guy's mind. I mean, the media has, when you're watching a steady stream of people calling the president the most heinous names ever, calling him a dictator, calling him a Hitler, when that is going on day after day after day after day, it's almost like an emotional mental abuse that's inflicted on the American people. And some people who are weak-minded are going to succumb to that kind of rhetoric, and they're going to act out. And that's exactly what we saw transpire, both in the case at the White House Correspondence Dinner and
the problem that I have with everybody who's calling Trump a dictator, a Hitler, I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, look back several years ago and my book review on the rise of the Fourth Reich. And it's actually Rise of the Fourth Reich, Dark Money by Jane Mayer. And there you see how the foundations was laid, or the foundations were laid. And this is where the think tanks come in, and everybody's just keep on throwing more and more and more money, and making GDP of Washington get bigger and bigger and bigger, and inundated with more and more of these white collar criminals. So that's the root of the problem.
And in the past, with the other attempts on the president's life, I wish the media would take some responsibility for it and bring down the temperature about it.
Excuse me. The thing is, we are, if you look at those books and where we've gone and the trajectory, I mean, yeah, Trump is another Hitler like Mussolini and Franco. I mean, he's a product of the time and the situation, and this is where we're headed. But it's not, Trump is just a puppet. Trump is just a manifestation of a bigger problem. If it wasn't Trump, it'd be somebody else. Thank God it's not Kamala Harris. Oh, see, that would have been worse, believe me.
1,000 degrees.
Carrie Lake, thank you very much indeed for rejoining me on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's hear now from my panel, Jack Posobiec, senior editor at Human Events, Joanne Carducci, the commentator known as Jojo from Jers, Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, and former law enforcement, better known as the Officer Tatum, Brandon Tatum. Well, welcome to all of you. As we are about to debate this, Melania Trump has now responded to something that Jimmy Kimmel said on Thursday night about the White House Correspondence Dinner. So before it happened, Kimmel's quip, if you can put it like that, although I thought it was singularly humorless in the moment, and even more so now, was our First Lady is here. Mrs. Trump, you have the glow like an expectant widow. Now, Melania Trump has now responded. Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. She's written on X, enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. Now, Kimmel did this sort of spoofed cutaways of Melania, the president, and the cabinet while telling jokes he would have told if he'd been at the White House Correspondence Dinner, including the joke about Stephen Miller, saying that Miller was baby Hitler, traveled in time to kill the US. Let me start with you, Brandon Tatum. Melania is getting more and more outspoken at the moment. She's clearly enraged by what Jimmy Kimmel said here, which in the context of what then happened at the White House Correspondence Dinner, you can understand her rage. To describe her as having the glow of an expectant widow when someone has launched an assassination attempt seems particularly tasteless. What's your view of it?
Pierce, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, these people are crazy and deranged. They push this stuff every day on television, in their articles, and you wonder why people are out here trying to kill President Donald Trump. I put my life on it, that he would never say that about any other president, or his career would be over. Imagine him saying it about Michelle Obama, that she's looking like an expected widow. That's the most deranged thing that I ever heard in my life. And it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. It's distasteful and it's inappropriate to say, and it's disrespectful to the country. And I don't like Democrats not one bit. But if anybody were to say that, I don't care if you're Republican or not, against a Democrat president, you are wrong and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, let me go to Jojo here. I mean, I don't care what side of the divide you're on, who you vote for, whatever. I think Brandon Tatum's completely accurate when he says that simply would not have been anything that any late night comedian would have even dared to say about Michelle Obama. And there does seem to be just no rules when it comes to how the mainstream media talk about Trump. Now, they may well argue, well, he trashes us, all's fair in love and war. But actually, that's not in my view, the acceptable response. They should show more responsibility when they're talking about things like this. What's your view?
First of all, that I absolutely abhor political violence of any kind. I want to make that abundantly clear. But Jimmy Kimmel is a comedian. Donald Trump is a public official. If we're going to have this conversation, which I think we should have this conversation, it should begin with Donald Trump. With Donald Trump, I printed out, just to take a page out of his book, just some of the violent rhetoric that has come from him over the course of the last decade. Stand back and stand by. Can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs. He told the January 6th insurrectionists, we love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. We have a different vice president now, Piers, because Mike Pence, which I have that, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. That mob wanted to hang Mike Pence in part because of Donald Trump's rhetoric, which he then doubled down on later and said they were right to have wanted him hanged. Donald Trump has been one of the most divisive political figures, public figures in global politics, at least in the course of my lifetime. And I think you're right. I think that this deserves a conversation, the way we talk to each other, but it has to start with him. And again, Jimmy Kimmel is a comedian. We've been doing the White House Correspondence Association dinners forever. They've always mocked the president. We've had people roasting
what is funny?
Everybody.
Okay, all right. But Jojo, explain to me what is funny, remotely funny, about saying that Melania Trump has the glow of an expectant widow, given there have already been 2 unsuccessful assassination attempts on Trump before this comment was made, and there's been another one afterwards. What is funny about it? Explain to me.
I mean, I didn't say it. First of all, and I didn't actually laugh at that joke. I laughed at the Stephen Miller joke because that is funny. And much of that was funny because he's a comedian. And again, this is what we do. And this is protected speech. Do we have a First Amendment in this country? You don't have to like what he says. You don't have to find it funny. That's your right. It's also her right not to watch his show. This is protected speech in this country. And the fact that she's using her position of power and the leverage that she has as the first lady to threaten a private citizen's job because he said something she didn't like, I think that is a bridge too far. I'm really worried about this slippery slope. I think she has every right to stand up for herself, to speak out for herself, to say she doesn't like what somebody said, but to tell ABC that they need to fire him. Again, I think that she needs to focus more on cooling the temperature down from within the White House itself. Just walk across the hall to your melon-hued meal ticket, knock on the door, and ask him to turn down the temperature himself.
All right, Japis Hobik, the problem here is if you look at this twisted manifesto of this latest shooter.
Now, I've been fired several times for what I've said or my beliefs, for example. And okay, let's see. First, it was, and this was New Year's Eve, I remember. I don't remember what year. But anyway, because, and it was a whole bunch of African American, Black people in Washington, a little group of viperous gang in this restaurant. It was a Mexican restaurant owned by this corporate group owned by some gay men. So anyway, I mean, they were just going on at me, and there had been several things I had been documenting. One was an open table. I'd been criticized in an open table review, and they called me in and they had like admonished me, and I said, well, wait a second, look, this is false. This is, I'm going to sue this bitch if this creates a tort for me, because this is one of the things that I have issue with open table and waiters or anybody in personnel in restaurants who have been hurt by bad reviews that have no, you have the right to confront your accuser. So anyway, that was one issue. Then there was another issue. I forgot. I have it written down. It's on the, but then so it's New Year's Eve, and I was talking to the bartender. There's these two black bartenders, and both of them actually had told me they had been sexually assaulted when they were kids. I mean, lots of, since I'm working on all of this, it's amazing how many people, young men, admit to me. And it's very sad. So you see, it's not just the young girls, and this is something that's not discussed enough. So we were talking, and I was like, the thing is I don't understand. You all use the N word all the time, and like it's very offensive, and I don't understand. And as I say, as the bartender, somebody comes to the bar, the conversation gets interrupted, and I leave, and I go back to the hostess stand. The day after, the next day, I go in and they tell me I'm fired. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, because another black waiter who's from a wealthy family from New York, these two other bartenders, they're like middle-class Washington families. The other is this wealthy family, New York. I mean, not deprived at all. I mean, so he said he had taken offense. I was like, what are you people talking about? Like, this is ridiculous. So I can't find that. That's ludicrous. Oh, and I got some doozies. I mean, racial and hate crimes against me because I represent white privilege by a bunch of Middle Easterns, and that was the Middle Eastern factions over at the IMF. But it shows how, there was a New Zealander, there was a Canadian, French, but particularly with ICD, it was the core pack of Wolverines was that. Let's see, then another time it was a young woman. She was an assistant manager, and she was telling me how she was Hungarian. She was American, but her origins Hungarian and American Indian. And I said, oh, well, which tribe? Where from the country? And she said that was like, she was offended. She felt offended, and that this was racism. What are you talking about? And I was fired on the spot. No recourse. Now, you have to understand, one of the people that I've contacted, Juan Williams, he was fired at my NPR in 2010. When I tried to talk to him about the Founding Fathers, he just wanted to know if the ring on my left-hand finger was a wedding ring. Yeah, okay, see the picture in Washington. And then the other person I spoke with at NPR was the ombudsman, Alicia Shepard. She's the cousin of a friend of my mother's. My mom passed away. Alicia Shepard just passed away as well, but that, was 2010. I mean, McCain's also the stupid idiot Cindy McCain, Meghan McCain. She's had a stellar career as a bimbo journalist. well, I'm here. You know, I want, I mean, it's not just the McCains, it's my family as well. I mean, excuse me, where am I wrong? I mean, this is, in my case, it was, my divorce was abroad. The lawyers start screwing around. My husband, he wants to throw me in a psychiatric ward, and that's exactly what everybody's going to try and do. So I'm going to the consulate, and I'm like, excuse me, would you tell everybody to stop screwing around with my rights? I mean, basically court watch. That's what needs to be done. No, we can't get involved. I'm like, it's your responsibility, blah, blah, blah. So I want to know, like, from the Canes, from everybody, Bennett Johnston, well, he's passed away, his son, everybody, where am I wrong in that it is the responsibility of government to assure that your courts are in order? And if you're in a foreign country and the courts are screwing with you, or the judicial system is screwing with you, then you go to your consulate and they have an obligation to make sure that your rights are respected. That's all I'm asking. That's all I've been asking. So anyway, I have no rights abroad and I have no rights in my own country. So, this whole thing, I'm getting real sick and tired of journalists screaming freedom of speech when they've been doing nothing but dispersing propaganda. You cannot defend propaganda under the freedom of speech. If your intention is to gaslight, to misinform the public, that's not freedom of speech. That's not protected under freedom of speech. It's just like if you're in a crowded, theater or a crowded room, you can't scream fire. It's not protected under freedom of speech because what you are saying and doing is going to cause a panic and potentially, people will be hurt or maybe even killed. And if that is the case, then they can come after you. You can be, even if they're killed, then you can be liable for murder. So, this is the same for journalists. And I'm sick and tired. They they should have their freedom of speech protected, but the general population, at will employment, they're good. They're good. If they get fired, even Tucker Carlson, it was like, well, okay, if they want to fire me, they can fire me from Fox News or St. George's. If they want to censor me, they can censor me. This is a journalist? No wonder this country is in such dire straits.
Cole Allen, described by people who knew him as a near genius. He was a teacher who'd recently won awards. Everyone seemed to like him and so on. He wasn't a natural red flag person where you would look at him and think, well, he's got criminal convictions and history of violence or any of that. None of that appeared to be there. Seems to have been a brilliant mind, poisoned, it would appear, by propaganda from the left. I mean, a lot of the language used in his manifesto is the language of the hard left against Trump. And there's no denying that. I mean, I'm not going to say that only the left commit acts of violence. They don't. The right has done.
This manifesto, I'm not. Let's just say I want proof that it's real.
Which this country has never seen, the United States has never seen. We've seen a murder of Charlie Kirk by a leftist. We've seen Luigi Maggioni. We've seen Thomas Matthew Crooks. By the way, if you put all of those together and look at their academic achievements as well, you can also see that they were very high achievers in their high schools, high on the ACTs, high on the SATs, these college entrance exams, top 1%, top 99th percentile. There's actually a lot of commonalities that we see between the profile of those individuals and this Cole Allen. And yes, ultimately, what you see in this manifesto, one thing I tweeted earlier earlier, was that what's striking to me is that you don't see any signs of derangement or schizophrenia or any of these things. You just see the exact same type of rhetoric that you would get from watching Jimmy Kimmel and listening to the things that he says, and then going out and deciding to take what in his mind is the next logical step to assassinate the president of the United States, which, by the way, not only did, you have almost the entire head of the government there, and obviously your interview with Kerry, I think that was quite spot on about security, but also the idea that I had friends there, just personal friends who were sitting in this room, and you had people on the left, you had people on the right. This is a threat to everyone. Okay, this is a threat to everyone, and it all needs to stop. It just needs to stop.
Lamont Hill, the most staggering thing to me.
They need to stop producing societies filled with crazy people and radicalizing them with all of the misinformation and these false flags.
Well, one second, Judge, I'll come back to you. But Lamont Hill, one thing that immediately began to happen were an extraordinary number of people on social media immediately saying this was fake, it was a false flag operation, it was staged, people just repeating the word staged. I think JoJo alluded to this in some of her social media posts. I mean, surely you don't think that anything that happened at the White House Correspondence Dinner was set up or staged, do you?
That's an interesting question. I don't think that it was staged, but I said I don't think it was staged. Are you really that outraged by that? You don't agree? You think
That's the interesting part of the question. Surely the only
I answered the question. I said I don't think it was. I just said I don't.
How right away Piers Morgan jumps in like, what? How could you even entertain the idea? It doesn't make sense. And they've been doing it all the time. MK Ultra. I mean, this is where the journalists have a responsibility. I've been handing over information. I mean, whistleblowers. If I had stolen all of this information, some sort of, classified documents, secret documents, all of the journalists would be rushing over themselves. They, pushing each other out of the way to get a hold of the documents. But since it's hard, work, okay, here, I've been up on Congress. This is what they're supposed to do. They're not doing it. This person is supposed to do that. They're not doing it. Oh, but you have all of these nice nonprofits who are supposed to be doing they're taking care of. No, they're not taking care of the issues. Here's the problem with them. There's the problem with them. I mean, they need to give me more than 5 seconds of their time of, oh, yeah, we know there's lots of problems in family courts. Yeah, okay, sorry. Piers Morgan, he pisses me off when he pulls that shit.
It was staged. That's the only sentence I said. Why are you all responding as if I said the opposite? My only sentence was, I do not think
that's an interesting question.
Yeah, it is an interesting
question. Your first response
it's interesting.
That's an interesting question.
Because it is an interesting question. I'm complimenting you on the question. You're the one that asked it. If you don't think it's interesting, why would you ask it? I think you all were prepared for me to say one thing and I didn't, and so you're jumping as if I said something different. Everyone up here thinks it was not staged. I, Mark Lamont Hill, agree with you all that it was not staged. Now allow me to continue. I understand that the American people, many people in the American public, and really around the world, have a penchant for conspiracy theories. I am not a conspiracy theorist, so it would take a lot for me to get to that point.
You're like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I believe everything. The official narrative is always what I believe. See, somebody who's like that, I'm sick and tired of this labeling of people. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist if you ask any questions. Oh, no, I'm good. I drink Kool-Aid and I pass out Kool-Aid. So don't call me names. Don't call me a conspiracy theorist. They might lock me up.
I do understand, after 3 assassination attempts, why many people would question the security. They would question how this shooter was able to get such great access. President Trump hasn't participated in a White House Correspondence Dinner in a long time. you knew he was going to show up. And to Carrie Lake's point, a lot of people in the media don't like him. A lot of people in the public don't like him. There's a reason why, if this isn't staged, why 3 people tried to shoot him. So if you know that, you would expect the response to be different from security. So I think the reason why many...
And the thing is with Piers Morgan, since he is a prominent journalist in the United States, I mean, he's walking on thin ice when it comes to the jurisprudences against Lord Lord Haha and Access Sally, Tokyo Rose, and all the propagandists. He's like calling out Trump but I mean, I've been demonstrating how history is repeating itself. I mean, it's not just the political arena, it's the financial and the monetary arenas. I mean, if he has any issue of any of the things that I presented, any of the evidence that I put forward, where I'm making the parallels, I'm not just like, hey, here, pulling something out of a hat. I mean, I've done extensive research. So, if somebody wants to call somebody who is connecting dots a conspiracy theorist in order to discredit them, and intentionally so that other people won't look at the evidence that they're presenting forth or the argumentation that they're presenting forth, they're creating a tort. So see, this is where I'm saying, this whole thing, it's just like all of the people over at the IMF and the World Bank and UN, they are so sure they can do anything that they want. I mean, they're gods. It's not even that they're kings and queens. They're gods. They can do anything that they want, and they're protected by diplomatic immunity. So, food for thought for all of the journalists out there.
People, which is why I think it's interesting, why many people are skeptical of this it's not as unfounded as faking the moon landing, which is absurd, or saying the earth is flat, which is absurd. I think it's because of the lack of security and the consistency with which one of the most unpopular presidents in recent memory, at least one of the most polarizing presidents in recent memory, continues to get shot at with not enough security. I think that's why people are asking it.
Okay, Jojo, for the record, do you believe any of that was staged?
I guess that's what bothers me so much with this, it's a conspiracy theorist, because it is, the intention there is to discredit, just write off somebody as crazy so nobody will examine what's there. And there is a malevolent intent.
On Saturday?
I don't think anything was staged. I think we should ask questions. I think that we should ask questions in every one of these cases. I think that that's a reasonable, rational position to take. Unfortunately, the commentary really here is, why is it that so many people, not just in this country, but around the world, are saying things like it's staged? I think that that's something that we should be considering. What is it about this person, about this administration, about these breaches in security, about these unanswered questions, of which we have many? I am also not a conspiracy theorist, but we have a lot of unanswered questions, not just about what happened the other day. And also, by the way, Jack, to your point, I was in DC and I had friends there as well. I was at the Substack party at the very same time. We went on lockdown. It felt very real and very scary. But I think we should have a conversation about the questions that we have about all of this stuff. I mean, we still don't know.
So apparently there was some sort of lockdown. So that's, I mean, there are gaps and there's timelines and stuff. But anyway, there.
We didn't get a statement from the actual doctor in Butler. We have a lot of outstanding questions related to the shooter in Butler. We have outstanding questions to Charlie Kirk's shooter. These are questions we should ask. Unfortunately, it's really kind of, again, it's a real commentary on where we are as a country and as a world right now, that we can't necessarily trust at face value what this administration is telling us, and particularly as it pertains to Donald Trump's health and safety. Yes. And I think that it would be incumbent
right there.
upon all of us to ask these questions. Also, Jack, I'm sorry, but to draw the line between Jimmy Kimmel's comedic routine and the natural progression, which is what you said, the logical progression of listening to a comedian and then traveling across the country with firearms to murder members of Donald Trump's cabinet, it is absolutely on its face insane.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Right to free speech all the time. I just want to finish this
Let me
point.
ask you a question to respond. So do you
Let me
think,
finish
do
the
you
point, and then you
remember,
can.
you finished your point. Do you remember in
No, I haven't
2024 when you called for Joe Biden to nullify the 2024 election?
What are you talking about? We're talking about the shooting right
Do you
now.
remember
We're
in
talking
2024
about
when you called for Joe Biden to nullify the
You're
results
not,
of the election?
what you're trying to do is
You
obfuscate.
said
You're
that he
trying
would
to
be
change
totally.
the subject.
I'm not actually.
We're
Do you
not
remember that?
talking
Yes or no?
about. We're not. Why do you always bring up Joe Biden? You're like a broken
No, bring up
record.
you.
Joe
I'm
Biden,
talking
Joe Biden,
about
Joe
your
Biden.
comments on
Who's the
social
president
media
now? Why do
and
you
the
always
comment that
come
you
on here
made.
and talk about Joe Biden?
And
Why
I
are we
can
talking
explain
about
why
Joe
I'm bringing
Biden?
this up. I'm not bringing this
You
up for no
said,
reason.
did my
I'm not bringing
comments
this up for
incite
no reason.
someone to go with a firearm across the country and try to kill people and
Because
allegedly
the
try to kill people?
Is like, so
That has nothing to do with me, Jack. You're trying to tie me to some.
yeah, okay, so this is what's really obnoxious.
I think it's disingenuous of people on the right to say it's just the crazy lefties. I think it's disingenuous of people on the left to deny they're doing it and then to pretend that none of their side do it. Everyone's been doing this. The rhetoric's got increasingly unpleasant, nasty, violent, fractious, divisive, polarizing, and inevitably, in a country with over 400 million weapons, firearms, you're going to get unhinged people who take it in their own hands.
It is not the fault of having firearms. It is the fault of having unhinged people and Europe, and I'm sick and tired of the Europeans pulling that shit. They're headed on the same trajectory as us. It's something, they pull out the firearms issue, their health care, socialist health care, how they are superior because they are superior because of their health care system, and Americans are inferior because of our firearms issues. Like that is like so beating a dead horse. You pull that shit on me, I want to take that horse and whack you across the face with it.
To exact their warped form of justice, which is they think, oh, well, this guy's the new Hitler. I've got to try and kill him. They're all Hitler. They're all Nazis. We've got to kill them. You know, I understand the warped mindset. If you keep being told someone's Hitler, then eventually you're going to take out Hitler as a public service.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I'll push back on another point, but I do think people need to slow down this rhetoric. Saying all this inflammatory stuff online is just nonsensical. You know, I criticize Trump for saying crazy stuff every now and again. I don't think he should do it. I think it's a waste of time going after private citizens. You know, you're above that as the president, in my personal opinion. Do I think that's a direct correlation to somebody trying to kill him? No, I think the most correlation or the connectivity of that is the mainstream media saying he's Hitler every day. And these nut jobs acting like the dude is doing something he's not doing. I mean, said he was a racist today, ran out of oxygen saying that. Then they comparing to Hitler. Then they say he's a king. He's a dictator. I mean, these are the most deranged things that you can say about anybody. And of course, these nut jobs are going to try to posture up and want to kill him. And I don't know why we can't acknowledge that. I can say on one side, I want Trump and Republicans to slow down on what they're doing, but the mainstream media have a higher responsibility because they're out putting information out 24/7, 7 days a week, and it's all inflammatory against President Donald Trump and is wrong.
Didn't J.D. Vance?
Okay, let me bring in. All right. Let me bring in Mark Lamont Hill here. Mark Lamont Hill, there was a part of the interview with 60 Minutes last night where Donald Trump was told that this shooter had been part of a No Kings event. And Trump linked it to the scandal involving the Southern Poverty Law Center. Let's take a look.
I see these No Kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK. And yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats.
Now, he's referring, of course, to the Southern Poverty Law Center and this revelation that they paid out millions of pounds to what they claim were informants within these very dangerous and violent groups. First of all, on that scandal, do you believe there's validity to the way that the right are treating this story, that is outrageous, unacceptable, it should have been transparent and so on? Or do you accept, I guess what the argument would be the same argument in its defense that people might use about the FBI who pay informants in gangs and so on, or in the mafia, whatever it may be. Do you see that as the same thing, or do you see it as problematic?
I'm not going to pick either or between those options. I think we have to have a more sophisticated answer. I think there should be transparency. I agree with the right that there should be transparency. For example, the SPLC should be saying, hey, we pay informants, right? No one is surprised when the FBI pays a mob informant because we know. So as long as the transparency is there, I don't have an issue with it. Similarly, though, I'm not going to reject the Southern Poverty Law Center's claim that their money goes to informants within the KKK. I don't think they're funding the KKK. I think they're funding informants as a way of dismantling the KKK. Now, we can have debates about whether that's the best strategy or not, but I do accept that as a legitimate strategy, even if I don't think it's the best strategy. We should talk through that. Right now, what we need is more transparency. We need a deeper investigation from an outside body to make sure that that is in fact the case. But I don't accept this right-wing narrative that they're funding the KKK. Also, just in response quickly to the other things that were said, first to the Jimmy Kimmel point, I was one of the people that thought the joke was funny. I like dark humor. If that joke had been made after the shooting, I think it would be unacceptable. I think it would be in bad taste, and I would understand why Melania Trump would be calling for Jimmy Kimmel's head.
It is after
job,
shooting.
Specific.
But Mark, it is after shooting.
How many more shootings do we need?
It's after
Mark?
two
How
other.
many more shootings do we
After a
want?
shooting attempt on his life.
How many more dead
He
conservatives?
already almost got killed.
Okay. Actually, if you guys have
It's
such a
a
problem with
interview.
political violence,
Can we just hold on, please? I respectfully listen to everyone, and every time I've spoken, I've been interrupted. I just want to make the point, and then you all can respond, and we can have a conversation. My point is, the premise of the joke with Melania Trump is that she doesn't like him, and that he is old, and that he is dying. If that joke had been made to Jill Biden, I would be laughing. Why? Because Joe Biden was old. He was a president. He shouldn't have been in office. He was dying. He was Weekend at Bernie's. We all have the jokes, right? How many times was Joe Biden called Weekend at Bernie's? It was funny because of the premise. That is why I like the joke. I'm not telling you all you have to like the joke. I'm just saying that I understand the logic of the joke. The joke wasn't to invite murder. That's all I'm saying. And if we want a country that values free speech, we have to hold space for that. As far as the climate here, yes, we do live in a climate that is volatile and where we say things that lead to action. But every time we criticize Donald Trump for excessive executive orders, and yes, Democrats did it too. Every time we criticize Trump for moving without congressional approval, every time we move Trump for fighting unjust wars or prosecuting unjust wars, yes, he's moving like a monarch. And yes, we're going to have marches. Yes, we're going to have criticisms. Yes, we're going to have takes that call him a king. And yes, when he wants to commit or not commit, but aid and fund genocides in other countries, yes, we have a right to compare him to despotic leaders throughout history. I don't use the Hitler comparison. I don't. But there are comparisons that can be made. And when something awful happens, instead of saying maybe people want to kill him because he keeps killing people, we say maybe people want to kill him because people call him a killer. That's, to me, that is the most ridiculous.
He is totally correct. Here, 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 here.
Ridiculous. He who smelt the Delta logic I've ever heard.
Let me just say this, Mark Lamont Hill. The reason that I jumped in there because you said this would be distasteful if it happened after a shooting. Well, they did shoot him. And Donald Trump almost got killed before. And then it was 2 other assassination attempts. And so when you have assassination attempts that have already occurred, one in which he almost got killed, and somebody jokes about him getting killed. And the interesting thing is a guy tried to kill him the same night. Don't you see the parallel? Don't you see how this is problematic? That this guy came to kill Trump right after Kimmel made the joke. It's because there's a logic there. There's people
Huh. Okay. Right after Kimmel made the joke. Kimmel's name has come up a couple times, but I do believe with Candace Owens, Kimmel is related to somebody. Can't remember who. Okay, that's ding ding. Okay.
Iterating and talking about this. It wasn't enough time for Kimmel's joke to transfer to this guy's head to make him kill him that night. Exactly. But this is an ongoing scenario where people are continuing to flood the internet with this ideology that's unacceptable. I don't know how you can't get there.
No, exactly. Yeah, in a logical world, there's no. But this is like with the question, the kid that asked the question of Charlie Kirk about the transgender and stuff, just before he gets shot. Because I was blown away when that kid showed up at something, I forget it was, with Erica Kirk. I mean, the widow, this is the kid who's asking the question that the response of my husband, but see, again, it's this situation that kid asking that question couldn't have propelled Tyler Robinson, the transgender, to kill Charlie Kirk. Of course not. I mean, 2 seconds before, of course not. But that's, right before that. But so even if it's a coincidence, like as I'm saying, just proper etiquette, proper compassion, I would say, just yeah, proper etiquette. You wouldn't invite that kid to come and ask a question. It's a memorial service for Charlie. It just so frickin' bizarre. Now you're dealing with very bizarre. These are evangelical Christians, Mormons. I don't still looking into what's going on with all of that stuff. So I get it. You're dealing with these alt-right Christians, and I've known enough of my life to know that like there's method to the madness there, but you got to figure it out. Erica Kirk is not an anomaly. But yeah, something to look into.
Can I tell a personal
May I
story?
respond to that? Do you mind if I respond to that?
Because
Because I think if he asked me a question, I apologize.
Right.
You asked the question. So yes, again,
Mark, if you respond, and then Jojo, I will come to you.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be real fast. I agree with you that the language and the rhetoric matters. I'm not disagreeing with you. And I didn't say that Trump hadn't been, there was an attempt at Trump's killing before. I was simply saying if Kim had done this right after this shooting, it would be in poor taste. Yes, the shooting happened months ago and another shooting happened a year or so ago. I'm with you. I don't like any of the violent language, but it's an off-color joke that I don't think leads to the violence. When you look at the guy's manifesto, when you read why he was outraged, I don't think he's being motivated by political comedians. I think he's being motivated by the political climate. And if we're going to talk about that, then we have to talk about the language that all of us use, Democrats and Republicans.
Thank you for reinforcing that. That's what's setting the people off, not what the some comedian is saying. I mean, okay, the discussions that are going on between all of these people, all of the different journalists, like these guys, that is feeding in to the radicalization of these different factions. But it's okay, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? But it's where do you stop the cycle?
To talk about Palestinians, the language we use to talk about shithole countries in Africa, the language we use to talk about low IQ politicians, all of it can lead to violence. And guess what? It's not just happening from Democrats, it's happening from everybody. So let's calm it all down, but let's not pretend every time we criticize Trump, we're enabling killers.
No, okay.
Jojo.
I digress.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say a couple of things. Donald Trump has pardoned and or commuted the sentences of 1,600 plus people who attacked our Capitol on January 6th. They're looking to vacate the criminal convictions of the people who coordinated that attack. But as a personal anecdotal story here, Donald Trump made jokes about Paul Pelosi's attack. Donald Trump has repeatedly made jokes about Paul Pelosi's attack. I'm a mom of two. I'm a single mom of two. About a couple of months after Paul Pelosi's attack, in conjunction with one of Donald Trump's jokes, I got a series of text messages with pictures of my home.
Single moms. I mean, that's the only, you're villainized if you're not a single mother.
And in short order, I got a phone call from someone who sounded like they were in the car and said to me, "We know you're home. We know your kids are home. We are going to Paul Pelosi you next." That was on the heels of a joke that Donald Trump had made about Paul Pelosi. So please spare me this performative pearl clutching about how it is only people on the left when no one on that side is willing to hold him accountable for jokes like that, for rhetoric like that. I experienced that personally. I had to call my own police department. I had to call the FBI. I had to live in perpetual, and still do, perpetual fear of violence against myself and my children. And Donald Trump owns that. So to pretend that he...
I mean, I had to flee Spain 18 years ago, and I've been separated from my sons. Can't go back to Spain for fear of my life, but I've been canceled by my family, my friends, my country, journalists, because I just won't, like, oh, well, okay, we'll just forget it ever happened. and I'm going to find myself some new meal ticket husband because I'm too old for the labor force because they only want cute young things because all they do is party. And they don't want some old lady at some party who's going to rain on their parade. They want some cute young things who don't have anything between their heads.
He is above the fray here, and that this is the Jimmy Kimmels of the world, and it's not landing squarely at his feet, then I'm sorry, but that just doesn't pass the smell test.
There's a difference between
Hang on. Yeah, Jack, you go on.
No, I was just saying that I mean, I feel horrible for that. My family's been swatted as well. And the point that we're making is that you should be able then to call for a tone down of the rhetoric on all sides. That's why we're not giving Jimmy Kimmel a pass. Well, you just did give Jimmy Kimmel a pass, and you didn't even condemn the killer himself when I pointed out that he was retweeting you.
Doing a sketch ahead of an event, an event that is notorious for public criticism of the person who is in the executive branch. We're talking two different things. Jimmy Kimmel didn't advocate for somebody to kill Donald Trump. Donald Trump made jokes about Paul Pelosi being hit in the head with a hammer.
See, it's all partisan. It's all
one thing, but saying, look, Jimmy Kimmel, that's in bad taste. And it's another thing of saying you got to censor it because it's inciting violence. And quite frankly, if you shame him and go, you know, that's really in bad taste, you're much more effective than saying, we got to censor you because we don't like that and it's making people radicalized and violent, which is bullshit. I mean, you know, some of these people are losing it, but it's much more, seems that more often than not, the government's got its hand in there. Okay, so this is already 4 hours. It's getting late. So anyway, that's kind of the lowdown on where things are, at least what I've seen in terms of the White House Correspondence shooting. I mean, you can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. It was the same thing, like with the trailing spouse shit. Because there's all of this, you know, like, don't call me a trailing spouse. Yeah, it's antiquated and it makes me sound like some bimbo who's just like going behind your husband. I'm like, well, often than not, that's what it is. But I'm like, I don't care what you call me. I care how you treat me. Yeah, that's even in a Huffington Post article. Nowadays you got to pay for that. So anyway, okay. Have a nice evening, and that's it for today.